Chick Ma, this is Creek Running Water, coming at you with yet another good build. Shouts out to all the family, high vibrations, pre-colonial American Indians. We still up in here, even though we done been through some dire situations, we still here. We're just gonna play a selection of music. We're gonna do our normal build. This is Wednesday night. Let's get it in with the information. Sit back, relax, and I'm coming to you with a few songs before we get in. Let the chat build up. So here we go.
Let me talk to these niggas. These suckers doing blogs every day, yapping about no. I go hard every day, on my grind getting dope. We are not the same. These niggas want fame on the internet, but we've been legendary before it was the internet. Double platinum on my block before I wrote a rap. Only 13, showing fur, let me hold the strap. This outlaw nation I carry on my back. Believe me, you can get touched wherever you at, nigga. It's a small world, you niggas is all girls. Trying to blame the next man for your lack of. Haters calling other haters, they need back up. These niggas fell off hard trying to get back up. I ain't never fell off, cut from a better cloth. I took charge of this shit cause I'm a better boss. Man, look around, where these niggas at? They never with an action at, they never with a paper at. And I'll be everywhere, a worldwide mob figure. Every verse is like church from my thug scriptures. Nigga, motherfuck your opinion. If you ain't feeling me, who the fuck is you feeling? Grown man business, these niggas grown ass children, looking for attention, so my team they mention. If they talked about themselves, won't nobody listen. Bluffing, huffing and puffing, who the fuck you kidding? A few of y'all fell for the okey doke. Switch sides, believe in them lies from so-and-so. Weak ass rappers on drugs, about to overdose. Imaginary shooters, now they beef through computers. Welcome beef through computers. Beef through computers. Welcome to the future. Virtual reality, where they believe conspiracy theories more than reality. They still think the dawn out in Cuba. Asking if he alive, let him rest in the sky. Damn. Even when you die, they won't let you die. Outlaw immortal, we forever, nigga, let us fly. I seen it all twice through my third eye. I'm just trying to live my life, dog, I swear to God. Man, they don't wanna let me be great. Haters, they don't wanna let me be great. See it all in their face. They don't wanna let me be great. They don't wanna let me be great, but God gave me His grace. They don't wanna let me be great. Haters, they don't wanna let me be great. I'm shining all in their face. They don't wanna let me be great. Haters, they don't wanna let me be great, but God gave me His grace. Yeah. The Son of God has got to protect me from my enemies. Yeah. I started loving friends. Man. Die alone. Over hell. Yeah. Outlaw universe. We gon' outlaw money, nigga. My Machiavelli live on. Killer Gaddafi live on. Yeah. Hussein Fatal live on. Big Sight live on. Yeah. Outlaws live on. Man. Thug life live on. Yeah.
Yo, this is Creek. We just got through playing Noble from the Outlaws, you know what I mean, a selection and a song called Y'all Won't Let Me Be Great. And that the video was Stunting Sundays, Indianapolis at Riverside Park on the west side, down the street from where I used to stay at, you know what I'm saying, Aboriginal Stand Up, 2G, Aboriginal Stand Up on the west side of the land. Aboriginals stand up, stand up, stand up. Where you at? Let's get out here and make a change and make a, you know what I'm saying, and develop to be something else different. Man, let's come together, man, one and unified, you know what I'm saying? That's what this whole thing is about. So we're going to keep the regularly scheduled program and keep it going. I'm just trying to queue up a little bit, wait for some of the people to get up in the chat. This is your boy CR Dub. We're about to go into the next segment, play a couple songs, and then we're going to do what we do on Wednesday. You already know. Peace, 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 peace.
Woo! Else. Burner on me, bitch, I'm really living with that drama. Let me find out niggas still living with they mama. Make your bitch cook for me for some Benihana's. Play like you ain't got no feelings, you gon' feel this chopper. I don't flex with niggas money cause I got my own. And I'm coming with the gang, bitch, I'm not alone. I send my hoe with my hoe so she not alone. What I pay for these Giuseppe's could've got his own. Heard niggas switching up, recently hit him up. You only live life once, nigga, live it up. Yeah, I heard you fuck my nigga, you ain't heard me, ho. I blew 30 last month, here go 30 more. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks.
I got the devil on my back, nigga. The boss touch a G on this Gucci, you get whacked, nigga. Full block, Parker's tired, we on scrap, nigga. Talk down, fuck your bitch to get you back, nigga.
Serious as a heart attack, I don't act, nigga. And fuck how you doing, I ain't asking. Fuck how you doing, I ain't asking. Street nigga probably see me on your map, nigga. And all that fake love made me act different.
Came home, blew 5 in the month, my baby. Even though Fredo Dollar still part of my baby. I just knocked up his bitch, she ain't know her. But she only 2 months on insurance.
I ain't have a damn thing when I touched down. I was down, but I'm up now. I can pay to get you touched now. Cost 6 points, that's a touchdown. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks.
I see these rappers in the club, I don't speak, so ain't nothing. Catch you slipping up a lavish, put that heat to him. Call me on a bad day, you get the whole clip. Got some deal, chop it, pull up, we wet shit. Splash. Picking up a jag, we can cop one. We'll kill you on camera, don't stop nothing. Heard you went to the mall, you ain't cop nothing. This road look thin, but it's a high hole. Bustin' out a spit off the same play that 8 off. Bet this car when the boys let that K off. Pay shows, or hell nah, I can't pay off. Work until the 8 down there, scratch the paint off.
All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks. All racks, little nigga, all racks.
That was Guapo Chapo and Looney Baby with All Racks. You know what I'm saying? Representing Milwaukee. Go check them out. Milwaukee stand up. Aboriginals is everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Milwaukee, as a matter of fact, Milwaukee is an American Indian name. You know what I'm saying? Midwest stand up. Aboriginals everywhere, man. Let's unite. Bring us back together. You know what I mean? Going into the next segment. Play some more music. I think we're getting close to the time where we're gonna, break from this, and then we're gonna get into some information. I'm gonna play another cut, and this is gonna be somebody from my hometown, Indianapolis, well respected. They'll eat the next joint.
Well, according to the numbers put together by the FBI, Indianapolis is the 22nd most dangerous city in the U.S. when it comes to violent crime.
Back to life, back to life, back to life, back to life. It's Lil E, ho, I just wonder why. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped. Stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped. Stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. money stack. In these streets, it ain't no love, man. Enemy lines get crossed for executed plans. Dope get stepped on and recompressed for extra bands. Hope it ain't too late that I confess, I finally understand. Greed turn friends to foes, envy make love then. Hatred keep me on my trust, gotta watch the main mans. When I was just a little child, too young to understand. Them days keep flashing in my head, now I'm wishing they came back again. Lost on this road, trying to find an exit out this game. Cause nowadays niggas snitching, don't get killed for giving names. It ain't the same, I don't want nobody feel sorry for me, cause it's what come with it, just feel my pain. I'm guilty by association, affiliated with number gangsters that's dedicated to getting this paper. In my city I'm major, and niggas hate it, but they can't stop it. They know when I clutch I pop, so they just watch me. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped, stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped, stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. I close my eyes and I keep vision bloody murder scenes. Wake up the pictures of my nigga on the TV screen. He died on Christmas, so now Christmas feel like Halloween. So I'm dressed as Jason, looking for my nigga enemies. Pour out some liquor, wipe my tears for my nigga Jack. I ain't gon' cry for you, I'ma ride for you, I promise that. Closet full of choppers, pocket full of bloody stacks. Ready to paint the city red behind lip brother Mac. I done got so caught up in this drama, ain't no turning back. Just calculated steps, booby tracks and cover tracks. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. And niggas biting their hand and feed them on that snake shit. The judge wanna give me life because my dress white, and the unsolved murder got me tangled in a chain gang. Ain't heard from none of my niggas, I think they all changed. So now it's me against whoever, I'm thugging like hey. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped, stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped, stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. They say I'm headed for self-destruction, so fuck life. Trapped in a hustle like I'm barricaded in a dice. Turn on the music, hit the gas so I can hear the pipes. Circle the block 3 times before I park every night. Walk to the door, pistol in hand, I be paranoid. Sometimes I scare my own self, but better safe than sorry. Anticipating somebody jumping out the bushes on me. It might be one of my niggas since I'm living like Coy. My nigga killed my nigga, truth, I don't know how to feel. And I don't know who want me dead, I just know it's real. My nigga caught a case, bitched up and cut a deal. And my cousin said he take 30 if he win his appeal. Who can you trust when niggas talk to hoes about everything? And everybody around your mind set on running game. My ghetto ties got me trapped and going against the grain. Before I die, I hope I have a chance to make a change. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped, stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks. Sometimes I feel like my ghetto ties got me trapped, stuck in this world full of crimes, life in the net. Jealousy under my nose and I can't stomach that. Visions of my niggas killing me over money stacks, money stacks.
Lido, greetings of peace. This is Creek Running Water coming at you with yet another video. You know what I'm saying? At your pack, it's Friday tonight. We're going to get it in. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to the family, Aboriginals, pre-colonial American Indians up in here. You know, we done made it through some dying times and situations. We still here. 2001, you know what I'm saying? And so anyway, we're going to get shouts out, man. The bronze, flat card, God, peace to the God, salute. You know what I'm saying? We're going to give shouts out to Night Wolf. Salute, brother, in your Aboriginal capacity, already having done your Declaration of Citizenship. So we're going to wait for the chat to build up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just sit back and relax. We ain't going to be on too long. I know I say that, and usually when I say that, we either go for like 2-3 hours in. But, you know, I got a short presentation that's already prepared, what I want to say. We do a Q&A, so it's really up to y'all. But a presentation altogether is just going to be somewhere about less than an hour long. So I'm going to, you know, break from that, do a Q&A, and we'll, you know, I'm going to check with y'all later on after that. So just sit back and relax and, you know what I'm saying, wait for the chat to build up. It just normally be, you know, a conversation amongst Aboriginals, you know what I'm saying? But it just went on for a minute. You know, I don't care to do long lives, you know what I'm saying? But I do this for the people, so it's whatever y'all want to do, you know what I'm saying? But I definitely got an hour and a little bit after that. But I only plan on doing something a little less than an hour. But like I said, if it continues from the Q&A, you know, subject matters, then definitely we can keep it rocking. So right now, I want to go ahead and queue up. Let me see. You know what? I'm cool with the music, so I think we just get into the information because I don't want to kind of prolong it no more. Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. Salute to the goddess Mary Lane in the building. You know what I'm saying? Peace. And, you know, glad you could be on the platform today, sister. You know what I'm saying? More American. Peace. Salute to the God. Bronze Flat Power God. Hardline Boss. Salute to the God. Gretchen Ham. Salute to the goddess. Peace. So, and that's cool. We got 14 people watching, so we're going to go on, man, because we don't need 1,000 people, you know what I'm saying, to get on here. And unfortunately, you know, because we're on the road to travel with freedom, anytime you have to be able to do any type of work, if, you know, if I'm asking you to, you know, take 30 minutes of your time to rewrite the Declaration, people won't do that, but they'll write for hours on a blog and troll these channels, you know what I'm saying, or just text them back and forth on the phone all day for hours about nonsense, but they won't take 30 minutes to save their life or to change or reclassify themselves from Negro to an Indian status, which will afford them to have some type of immunity versus being a slave. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, you know, the road of freedom to travel is seldom traveled by the multitude. You know what I'm saying? Most people are going to gravitate to negativity. That's just what we're dealing with. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. You know what I'm saying? You know, when it comes to Negroes, what I found out is we are real receptible when it comes to drugs, when it comes to entertainment, anything visual, a shiny trinket. It can be something, you know, platinum or gold, aluminum foil, something that will reflect from the sun and give a cast of something shiny. You know, we get distracted by that. You know what I'm saying? We got that slave, that roots syndrome. You know what I'm saying? It's not just amongst the YouTube, but just in the Aboriginal community, period. You know what I'm saying? And it's severe. You know what I mean? It's definitely at an alarming rate. You know what I mean? I get a number of emails every day with people asking me to fill in the blanks or fill in, you know, spots for things that are available, which really should be more Aboriginals pulling and gravitating to other things when it comes to being instrumental on, you know, not just the paperwork, but, you know, just spending some time to talk to Aboriginals. You know, case in point, I had a brother calling me from the courthouse yesterday. You know what I mean? And I pretty much guided him through the situation of what he needed to do, taking his situation from a situation where they was trying to grab him, throw him in the court, and he had a number of charges. You know, but long story short, when we got through talking for an hour, you know what I'm saying, and I told him what to do, and he called me back and said all the charges were dismissed. So, you know, like I said, I'm changing lives. It's not about, you know, being a YouTube personality per se. I know YouTube is a arena for entertainment, so I don't knock that. You know what I'm saying? My thing is, I'm just it's in a question form. It's not really a declamatory statement or anything to tear anybody down. It's really a question. As last to Aboriginals, what are we doing? Because, you know, a lot of times people get on these builds and talk back and forth, and it's a wonderful conversation, right? They have, you know, a nice build. you know what I mean, and a nice selection of people and so forth. But then afterwards, when you get off that, the reality is you're still a Negro. So my thing is, I try to set out a platform and use my platform, you know, based on information and the highlight around information. Sure, I play a few videos, you know what I mean, that, like I did with the introduction, you know what I mean, and bringing some entertainment into it too as well to give it some type of flavor, you know what I'm saying? But the majority of everything that I'm going to put out is going to be informational based. So it is kind of redundant in a sense where people, because I heard somebody one time telling somebody else and somebody telling me basically that I just talk about the same thing over and over. Well, I mean, that's done by design. That's what it's supposed to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. Okay, because what I'm doing is I'm advertising something or marketing the idea of being free and using the process of paperwork that has been bestowed upon you. Not to say that you have to create paperwork, as to say to take the paperwork that they put and they used as a in a system as a means to claim you as property. What we want to do is be able to make an adverse claim to that. Okay, so the process of what I'm doing is very relevant. You know what I'm saying, and it's very awarding. You know what I'm saying. You know, like I said, I just gave you a testimony about the one guy out of court, but I got many times, not just that, but even now, today, yesterday, so many accounts through the week where I'm helping people and changing their lives with foreclosures, unlawful seizures, you know, when people go to jail, come out, people dealing with court situations, and just wanting to reclassify themselves, taking that Negro off the birth certificate, right? So basically that's what this is, but I'm gonna get into the PSA as soon as I'm just gonna kind of talk around a little bit. I'm gonna throw the link out there. Shouts out to Brandon Rogers, man. Salute to the guy, man. Welcome to the chat, brother. So we definitely gonna get into it. Henry Morrison, man, jump on the pedal when you get ready, man. Peace to the guy. I'm gonna throw the link out there. You know what I mean? We got the gods up in here. X to the TX. You know what I'm saying? Up in the building. Rainstorm. You know what I'm saying? We got the Aboriginals up in here, man. That's all. Like I said, man, we got a night to 17. I got in here some of the strongest Aboriginals on any chat that you're gonna see, as far as Aboriginals go, man. You know what I'm saying? Holding it down. Just about everybody in here is working on their declaration, and that's what this is about. You know what I mean? And I, like I said, make no mistake about it, man. I was doing private chats on Zoom, and let me just tell you a couple stories before I queue up the next audio so I can get it up on the screen. But you know, ahead of time, man, I was always trying to work on a solution, you know what I mean, to put together something, you know, and I created a LLC, was a consultation, which is called NTI. So when you look at the banner or the thumbnail for the YouTube, that's one of my iconic pictures that I use quite often that symbolizes, you know, me, you know, in a business-like statue, helping people with regards to business formation and asset protection, okay? Yes, I have dedicated myself to doing affiliate work. So, you know, definitely when you, you know, depending on what service that you get or what service that you're looking for, you know, what I could do is, even outside of consultation, if I'm not able to render the services, then I'll direct you to one of my affiliate programs, you know, that will service you and help you the same way I would, taking the information I got and the information I don't have and including it with that to be able to, you know, make a process more smooth for you and a product, you know what I'm saying, that's definitely going to be well deserving of. So, but anyway, man, we just going to keep it going. Copper Color Nation up in the building. Salute to the Gizzard, right? So, I'm gonna just, like I said, I'm just talk around a little bit until I try to get there. I'm kind of slow with the control, you know what I mean? I'll try. Okay, wow, like I'm saying, StreamYard, I have a real hard time with StreamYard, man. They really like kicking me off. You see, before I had to take the audio back because they wanted to keep skipping through the videos to make it seem like it was a disconnection problem, you know, interruption with the disconnections or the connection, I'm sorry. So anyway, we still gonna keep it moving and grooving, man. So right now we're working with the 16. Let's go ahead and go into, before we get into, because I promised y'all I was gonna get into promissory notes, correct? So we're gonna do that. It's not going to be real extensive and real drawn out. I'm going to just kind of highlight some of the things on what I've done, you know what I mean, in order to like discharge debts, because that's popular. A lot of people want to know, when are we going to get into that phase of the part of the amusement, you know, the amusement part is to say what we need to do, you know what I'm saying, in order to discharge debts and collectively together come together to have finances, you know what I mean, land, you know, the prospect of land, the prospect of coming together to make it a tribe, all that's in motion, y'all. And I can tell y'all right now, majority of this stuff that we're talking about now in regards to any of those subjects, man, are things that are to come. And when I say to come, I mean within a matter of months, okay? So sometime in 2024, look for that. You know, a lot of my events and my calendar events go from a monthly basis. As to say, you know, I arrange the activities that I have within weeks' notice, and then sometimes I put it together randomly to say, you know, hey, you know, within a week, or like I said, within a week or 2 weeks' time, you know, we can come together and do something, giving you a 2 week prior notice before that time. And that's usually, my calendar is set like that on a month-to-month basis. So I can't really put together on a whole year's time what is going to take place first or second, but it definitely is going to be a number of events that we're going to put out. Once these events have been established and they get in motion, we will be able to send out a PSA, like I said, a week or 2 weeks notice or whatever, and we'll be able to have, you know, hopefully we can put together to, you know, participate to make something big. Because that's what we're doing. We're writing history, man. There is no other Aboriginals other than the Aboriginals you see on the YouTube, and then, you know, with the exception of a few others, you know, some of the other ones on Facebook. I see where this, even on Twitter, where people are tweeting different things with regards to, you know, tribal or pre-American Indian conversations. So it's a beautiful thing, man. You know, it's all started to come together, and it's a beautiful thing, man. So anyway, let me look for the link, man, and I'm gonna throw a few people on the chat. Let's get into the mix. You know what I'm saying? Put it together so we can go ahead and drop some science on, you know, this business stuff, as far as the straw man, or any conversations with regards to redemption, any regards to the indigenous standing process. Okay, so let me see what we got going on real quick. Because I'm just going to throw the avatar in there so we don't have to look at a dreamy screen. For whatever reason why, man, I don't know why we got a little stoppage going on. Yeah, I think it's going to be my last time dealing with StreamYard, man. I mean, StreamYard only likes drama-fied situations, you know what I'm saying? For whatever reason why, when I want to drop some information, it seems like it's the hardest thing for me to do. But if I get up here and got a whole show talking about how, you know, this person or that person, I wouldn't have no problem. You know what I'm saying? That's what it seems like to me, man. It's like, you know what I mean? So whatever, I'm trying to put the avatar up here on screen. I already done that. I selected the image. Okay, so you use this when the camera's off. That's done. Okay, so the camera, stop camera, boom. All right, there we go. All right, so I did the same thing I did 3 times, and it took 3 times. Anyway, needless to say, man, like I said, we're going to keep it moving and grooving. Let me grab that link. I'm going to throw that link up in there if anybody want to jump on the panel, man. Send a shout out, you know what I'm saying, or just talk about something, get it off your chest. You know what I mean? You got the Aboriginals here. We got the families here. You know what I mean? So, you know, we can go in, man. You got the floor, man. I'm going to give you the floor. And, boom, definitely want to be able to, you know what I mean, voice your opinion, man. Got your family here, man. Let's talk about what's going on around the world, man. All right, talk Aboriginal to me. What's up, baby? All right, so anyway, we got the link in there. I thought I had somebody great come on to the panel in a minute. So we still got it. Like I said, we're going to keep it moving and grooving. All right, let me bring up, what is the document I said I wanted to bring up? Okay, I'm going to do a PSA on the whoop-de-whoop that we said we was going to put up there. Okay. Peace to the God, Rainstorm. What's up, baby? Talk to me. Talk Aboriginal, man. Where you at? Where you at, fam? You we just lost you, man. Okay, well, go out and then come back in, brother. Go out and come back in. I had you on there, whatever reason why you just fell off. We're going to get you back on there, man. Hit the link, man. Get on there, get a chat. Just talk Aboriginal, man. We got the family on here. We ain't going to stay on real long, y'all, for real. You know what I mean? I'm going to do a PSA. I'm going to drop a few jewels, you know what I mean, on some of the things that's going on in the Aboriginal community, the upgrades. So we got Rainstorm in the building, man. Salute to the guy. What's up, Rain? Let's talk Aboriginal, fam. Where you at, fam?
Hey, what's happening, cuz, man? It's an honor.
Man, it's lovely, man. What's up with it, fam?
Hold on, Creek. I'm getting a double feed.
Okay. Let me see. And that could be. Let me see. Now I got mine in check. You got another something else streaming in the background?
All right. Hey, brother Creek, can you hear me better now?
Peace to the guy right there. What's up, baby? I can hear you loud and clear, man. What's
Hey,
on
I
your mind, man?
appreciate
What's up? Give us talk Aboriginal.
First of all, peace to you, brother, and peace to everybody in the chat, man. And salute to everybody, you know. But my whole thing is I'm sorry about the double feed earlier. I've been trying to get let me rephrase that. I want to talk to you in private, but I feel as though I'm around my American Indians, so you know, work with me, people.
Yes,
but yeah, man, I'm going through this little thing. I'm gonna put it out there so everybody already know. This little court shit, you know, and these people, if you want to call them that, they've been putting me through the ringer. I mean, straight up for the last 2 years, right? But I remember last night I was listening to your chat, and you know, you dropping laws and gems and all that cool stuff, and I'm like, I talked to another sister, Cherokee Tulu. She a cool sister, and it's like, I'm trying to stop these cocksuckers. You know what I'm saying? They playing dumb with me, and I got to go back to court, right? April the 12th, which is my mother and stepfather anniversary for them being married 40 years. And my step-pop passed away last year, April Fool's Day, which is also my son's birthday. You see what I'm saying? So I'm wishing him happy birthday. At the same time, the hospital called a house. This when I was in Nashville. Right now I'm down in Atlanta. A partner of mine helping me out. You know, he a good friend of mine from high school. You know, he's like, man, just come on down here. You know, get all that off of you, right? So, you know, a lot of things, like you said, you know, you can't say nothing about because StreamYard and all these agents and shit, right? They keep messing with yourself, myself, but you doing it in a bigger way. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
Appreciate it.
And I'm like, that's absolutely truth. I ain't just saying it to be saying that. You doing it big, cuz. You doing it very big.
I really appreciate that, man.
Much appreciation to you, sir. My thing is it's like, I got to go back. So I've been, as you say, getting these rental cars, $300, $400 some dollars to go. I went back home to St. Louis. I went back to Tennessee. Then I get down to the courthouse and they like, oh, we ain't having court today. I'm like, I just rented a fucking car to come down here, right? Yeah, we ain't got that. So then I'm going back and forth through the bullshit. So this one, my partner already told me, he said, man, just come on down here to Atlanta, cuz. Just leave it alone for now, you know, yada, 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 right? But man, and then when me and you rapped over the email and then you send me the declaration, I don't know how to fill it out, bro. I've you know, I said that last night. I don't, you know, and all this and all that, but it's really something I'd rather talk to you about, you know, over the phone.
Okay. Let's
you know
do
what
that.
I'm saying? You know,
we got the phone conversation option, man. That's always available, man. So you know what I mean? Again, I appreciate the chat, you coming on and giving clarity as to what it is. Because there's no man that have problems with filling it out too as well. Because it's not that it's complex, it's just that you know, sometimes you want to make sure that you're putting in the right thing, even if it says name. because we're dealing with a situation where even though you put your name there and it's simply saying name there, people want to know, is it capitalized? Is it lowercase? Is it the full name? Is it last name first or the second name last? And even the most common questions that I get. So that, yeah, definitely, brother, we can go over that in private. And also, I'll definitely, because you brought it up, we'll bring up my declaration, the first one that I did prior to this one, as an example, and we'll go through that template to try to, give some better understanding on what it is and how to fill it out. So we definitely could do that. Now, other than your court situation, man, involved, if you don't mind me going into that just a little bit more, so we can digress what it is and try to come up with a remedy, because there's other people that's listening too that might be, in a similar situation, and listening to your question, maybe want to answer. Hey, so what is it that is it something that's more technical? If it's technical, private, or technical, whatever, then we can just kind of talk around that. If it's something we can talk around it, if not, we don't want to bring the details of the case all on YouTube. You know what I mean? But if there's some way you can describe what it is that you're trying to do, without having to give it to the details of what it is, can you kind of give us a snippet of what it is? Just for the rest of the audience that would be curious on something that might be similar situation, for the sake of me giving you an answer and a remedy.
Yeah, yes, sir, I can, and I have no shame on that. Okay. It's like I was in Tennessee, right, and doing my thing, right, and it's one sister who, excuse me if any, I know ain't nobody in here like that, but I don't know. This dyke bitch, that's what she is. I'm sorry if it hurting anybody's feelings. I've been nice to this woman. You know what I'm saying? I live by myself. I've been a bachelor, right, for years. And she went through some stuff. She lived 4 houses away from me. And I was like, well, she said, my electric fucked up. And, and I know her cousin, but I didn't know they was cousins at the time. I've been knowing him. But then, you know how certain people come by your house or something, and you cool with them, and then all of a sudden this person just pops up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, okay, that's your people. Okay, cool. You can have a drink. You can whatever, whatnot, right?
Right. Enjoy yourself.
Right. And then her electric got cut off, and all of a sudden she turns around like, I said, no, let me rephrase that. I said, man, you okay? She said, can you help me out? Can I stay here for a few days? Yada yada. I said, that's cool. The woman is 4 houses away from me, right? Her electric off, she kicked it, and I had a girlfriend coming into town from New Orleans. Been knowing her for years, right? All of a sudden, I said, look, you gonna have to move around because I got a friend. She coming up here, me and her been planning this for years. I mean, not years, but months. She said, that's cool, yada, 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 all right, I'm gonna burn out. I slept in my room. I had another little partner that was going through some stuff with his ex-girlfriend. I mean, girlfriend, but he ended up marrying her. They cool as shit. Okay. And he was I had 2 bedrooms. I had my own house and all that. And she said, what about him? I was like, well, he cool. He from her. You and me ain't from this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm from St. Louis. I'm gonna keep it low. I was like, she burnt out. So a couple of months went by.
Gotcha.
And like 2 months or so, and I was at the time I've been driving 18-wheelers for the last 14 to 15 years. I'm leaving out of Memphis to take a load to Nashville. And she called me and said, can I come up there and wash some clothes? I said, man, it's kind of late. By the time I get home, about 9:30 or so. I said, how about I'll let you do that, but wait till a day or two go by and you go up like I done you before. You stayed with me now, mind you.
Right.
Didn't know the woman doing crack the whole time.
Okay.
Didn't know. Let me rephrase that. I didn't know, but I kind of knew. But I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, right?
Okay.
All of a sudden, this motherfucker calls me. She's texting me, going, "Oh, this." I said, "Man, look, you only using me for what you need." You know what I'm saying? I said, "Man, we cool, but I got to get them go up and take this motherfucking load to Nashville early in the morning." Oh, nigga, did it? And she went ham, way to the left. Like, fuck you, punk. You ain't shit and all that. I'm like, what the fuck going on?
It was because she didn't get the favor she wanted to get. Gotcha.
That particular night. Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, I ain't seen this woman in like a month or so after my little friend came up from New Orleans. Gotcha. She threatened me and shit. I'm like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. She said, nigga, I come there and tell you your motherfucking face. I said, man, don't bring your ass up here. Don't start tripping, Craig. Why did this woman come up to my motherfucking house that night? Yeah. At 11:30, 12, something like that, bamming on my damn door. So I opened the door. You know, I keep a pistol on me, and I got my license and all that. I said, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Nigga, fuck you. Walked all in my house, threatening me and shit. I'm like, man, if you don't get the fuck away from me, I'm gonna blow your goddamn head off. Get the fuck, go take your ass back down the street, right? We can see each other's house from down the street. I'm trying to cut it short for you, Creek. I ain't trying to be long-winded, you know.
We got time, man. We got time. Go ahead, brother. Yeah,
but she went through. Thank you, sir. She went through all this, and then kept digging in her pockets. Nigga, I got something for you, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up. I said, man, nigga, I pulled my shit off. I said, nigga, I will blow your ass in the street. Go on now, go on. Tell your story walking, right?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, she leave. She digging in the pockets. Nigga, I got something for you. So she leaves off. Next thing, no, let me go back a little bit. She's threatening me, so I shot in the ground.
Okay.
Like, bam, get the fuck on, man. You better go on.
Yeah.
She leaves. I turned all the lights off because I don't know what this bitch gonna do, right?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my shit like John Wick and shit. Next thing you know, I got 7 fucking police cars at my house.
Wow.
So I'm sitting in the house, they knocking on the door, walking around with flashlights and shit. Hey, open the door, Mr. Such and Such, we want to talk to you. I ain't say shit.
But you in your house though when you shot the push off, correct?
No, she wouldn't get out of my house, then she wouldn't get off my porch. Then she was standing in the lawn, right? And so I shot in the ground because she wouldn't leave. I said, man, go on. I'm still in my home. I'm on the porch though.
Okay, but you're on your property. Okay, correct.
Still on my own property, right? Still in my domicile. Okay. She leaves, calls the police. 7 of these cocksuckers show up. They knocking on my door with all my lights out. And I'm like, I ain't answering that motherfucker, you know?
Right.
So I called my boss and said, hey, man, I got this situation. Told him what was happening. He said, okay, cool, da-da-da-da-da. They stayed in my house for 3 hours. Just walking around the house, flashing flashlights and shit.
Right. Did they have you in custody? Did they have you cuffed up or any of that?
No. None of that happened because I never opened up the door.
Okay.
So after 3 hours and went by, they left.
Gotcha.
3 weeks later, me and my partner, me and him just chilling in the house, you know, hanging out. I heard bam, 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 bam at the door again. I'm like, what the fuck? This 3 weeks later. I go look out the curtain of the door. Come on, time to bring your ass. I said, bring my ass for what? We got a warrant for you, baby. Come on. I said, no, you ain't got no warrant for me. So we went back and forth. I told him who I was. I said, look, man, first of all, where the fuck is the crime at that you motherfuckers talking about I did? They got frustrated. Oh, they got mad.
What was the warrant?
I said, where's he told me come outside and I'll show you. He said, I got it in my car.
Nah, that's not how it's supposed to go. He's supposed to get the warrant first. You're supposed to be able to look at the warrant because it's a contract. Anytime you handle or given a presentment, because that's what it is the presentment is going to be the introduction of a contract. It's going to be the presentment, right? So a presentment is, you know, basically not the summons, but the warrant. Okay.
But what I'm asking you though, real quick, Creek, why did you take 3 weeks? I got my 18-wheeler sitting outside my front because I bobtail home. I had no car at the time. My boss, he was so cool. He said, man, just drive the truck home. They went up and down the street for 3 weeks after she did what she did. And then 3 weeks later, come knocking on the door. Come on. We got a warrant for you. I said, you ain't got no warrant for me. I said, well, I can show you. I said, well, where is? I said, yo, as a right, show me the warrant. I feel like I was on training day.
That's correct. That's
He was
correct.
like, oh,
You warrant first.
they got so highly pissed off. 15 minutes later, after he told me he had in his car, his captain or whatever showed up and slammed it up against my door to show me, here it is now, goddamn it. Bring your ass outside. Then they showed up with, it was like 15 of them. The other the motherfuckers like in you know, tactical gear and shit.
Got you. What name did they have on the warrant, brother? Did they have your name? Did they have your full name on the warrant?
Never showed it to me, Creek. Never showed it.
Just show it to you, man. Then they don't have no right to come up in there. Period. And you shouldn't have good anyway.
You're right. My partner's sitting on the couch. He like, man, you better open the door, man, because they gonna. And by the way, they had the battering ram in their hand. Like, we gonna knock this motherfucker open.
But that's
he said, man, open it.
You tell them, you say, you destroy any of my property, I'll make sure that I'll take the policy number for your insurance company to and make it so that you're going to pay for these damages. And not for only that, I'm going to file a claim on you for using Title 18 for you can go Title 18 period. I can go down the whole list.
Destruction of property and all that. I get you. But the time everything was
obstruction of justice, Title 18.
All that. You're 110% right, Creek. What I'm saying is everything was so hyped up over nothing, right? And they took me off guard because me and my partner, we just sitting there chilling, you know, doing our little thing, talking shit, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, here we go. So I said, look, man, first of all, this is what I said. And by the way, the majority of the motherfuckers had body cams on, right? So while they doing all that, I said, look, man, I'm gonna tell you something. I said, I opened the door after the cocksucker put the thing up against the window, you know, because I had like blinds and shit. You could raise a little blind up and see everybody outside on the door. So I said, look, man, I'm an American Indian. Don't judge me as being black. I went through that little thing. He said, and one of the police officers said, I don't give a fuck if you purple. Open up this fucking door.
We said,
we kicking it in.
Yeah, I would have told him you better give a fuck about it.
I know what you're saying.
Make sure that I call your insurance company to get your policy number.
Oh, let me say that real quick, Creek. Just because you brought that up, I said, and I want the sheriff office out here. He said, no, this is a city matter. This ain't got nothing to do with the county. I said, but the sheriffs is the motherfucking ones that run all this. He's like, we don't give a fuck. Open up the goddamn door.
You should have called the sheriff on them. You could have called the sheriff on them if you wanted to.
You're right. These are little mistakes which became big mistakes that you're saying that I, you know,
definitely.
Mind you, this is all new. Ain't no shit that ever happened to me like that, right?
See, while you put this out there in the airwaves, somebody else is listening to a similar situation. You know what I mean? Getting to the answers. So even though people are learning the process through our mistakes, through trial and error, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
go ahead,
sir.
Man. I'm just trying to get the rest of the story though. So I'm trying to figure out after you he presented the warrant, but you still wasn't able to see the warrant. From there, what happened?
I said all that about the American Indian, you know, telling my status and all that. I said, look, man, I'm gonna open this door. Don't come here tripping. Soon as I crack that motherfucker, these motherfuckers rushed me like you think it was a Pittsburgh Steelers. It was like linebackers on my ass. They slammed me on the floor, broke my table, all that. Like 12 of these motherfuckers.
Right.
Then they jumped on my partner that was sitting on the couch, did him the same way. All I had on was a t-shirt, my jeans, and my socks. It was kind of raining outside just a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm standing on the porch and I'm like, hey man, can I get my shoes? He said, no, it's too late to talk about that now. Yeah. You should have said all that earlier.
Yeah.
Drug me through the mud, put me in the car, yada, yada, yada. Took me to jail. Then they said, oh, his friend got a warrant too. Grab his ass too. Put them both in jail. Coming to find out, his warrant was over a bunch of bullshit that happened. God knows how long. They said, oh, we made a mistake. You can go. Gotcha. I said that motherfucker. Just one day, my boss had to pay $1,500 to get me out. Right. And my boss came and picked me up like a day later. Took all that shit back out of my check, right? By the way, the dude, the brother I worked for, great guy. But the point is that now I'm behind. I can't, you know what I'm saying, pay this, do this, do that, right?
Well,
so,
what did they say the warrant was for? I didn't get that part where they had
about the warrant.
Yeah.
Never showed it to me. It's been 2 years, Creek.
It still
ain't seen it.
So what are you being locked up for? What was you locked up for?
They didn't say it. And by the way, this heifer never came out. I got to go back to court April the 12th, like I told you in the beginning. This is my 7th time. 7.
What is the charge?
Aggravated assault. That's what they say.
Aggravated assault
on her.
So she said it's aggravated assault. Okay. So what proof did they have that it was an assault? Did you get any of the evidence? You have an attorney, or are you fighting your own case?
Okay. The first time I went to court, they had it in civics court, so I represented myself, and I told them what was up, and the judge was like, "Oh shit, goddamn, you know what? I'm gonna drop this about resisting arrest and da 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 da." He dropped all that shit because when I got up there and got to talking, he was like, "Yeah, I'm not dealing with this shit." So he moved it to a bigger court, same city.
Yeah.
You know what they call it? Shoot, what's the name of it? I got all the paperwork right here. I can show you all that in private, right?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that.
I'm just giving you a rundown on the lowdown of the dumb shit they did. Right. I've been to court. This will be my 7th time, right? Going to court. And then when I went the last 2 or 3 times, they're like, "Oh, we ain't got court. You come back on this day." And they do it in 3s. Like 3 months go by. Okay, I drive all the way from Nashville. I ended up moving in with my parents and shit, right? And my stepfather, like I said, he passed away, and that went in a whole nother direction. And I drive 2 hours back to the same court, and they be, "Oh no, we ain't got no court." Because when I got to the second court, which they call the Supreme Court or whatever, right? Something along that, it's Supreme whatever, right? They're like, and then the judge go, he said, "Well, mister, you know, blah, blah, blah. I think you need an attorney." I said, "Yeah," and the last judge told me the same thing, but I don't want to give my rights, sir. I said, "Right now, I want to say this to you real quick. Yeah, I heard y'all talking about it last night, but I did that years ago. I got an affidavit of truth. I got my what do you call it? Authenticated birth certificate, and I put all that on county record, saying I'm not part of you, right?" And I was telling the first judge that, and he was like, "I get it." He left that shit alone. He said, "But I'm just gonna move the shit, right, over to this court."
Took it to another venue. The transfer venue. Okay, got you. But you should see what it is. When you're in a process, when you're trying to hold your own and you're using a commercial process, there was a few things that you skipped over that you're supposed to know, and they don't think they honestly have to think. You didn't show that or demonstrate that for the reason why maybe lack of information, and they know you don't know it. However, let me put you in my shoes and tell you what it had and how it should have happened, and then from my story, you can kind of gravitate to what it is that you need to do versus what you didn't do. Okay. Now, from the moment they have a warrant, okay, number one, the warrant is basically nothing like it's a summons. Okay, but it also gives them the right to be able to go into a space. Salute to the God Israel, man, in the building, man.
Salute, cuz.
All right, salute, brother. You gotta unmute your
bless to the people. Bless to the people.
All right, bless, man. Bless
salute to the God.
Yeah, man. What's up with it, brother? You all right? How you feeling, man?
It's all good, man. I'm feeling wonderful, man. I'm feeling great. Tell you the truth, man.
Looking good, man. Got all the way up.
I'm feeling good, man.
Sitting up there with the feathers and shit, looking all cool.
Yeah.
No, but I want to say this real quick for the brother say respect, right?
Cash like it must be nice.
You chopping in and out, Creek.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. This stream yard, they cut it out.
They'll do it every time.
Yeah. Especially when the information get a little bit too deep. When the information is facts over feelings, they start chopping it up. So that's exactly what it is. But yeah, like what he was saying, man. It's just like when you in the heat of battle, man, you don't remember all this stuff.
Very true.
What I'm saying? Like got 15 motherfuckers at the door, bamming on the door, talking about they gonna do this and do this and do that.
Yes, sir.
They really don't remember what the hell, you know what I'm saying? The steps that you're supposed to take. But like what he said, it's glad that you came on here and expressed that, because now for the ones that ain't went through that and that's gonna go through that in the future, they already know how to handle themselves from your situation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's the power that we have right here with this platform.
Yes.
Peace to the
Yeah.
crowd. All right, so we back up in the
Welcome
building,
back,
man.
Creek.
All right, peace. Yeah, so we got a situation, man, where the law enforcement will, abuse their right or their privilege. To infringe on people's privacy, property. You know what I'm saying, and your unalienable rights. In a situation where you did pronounce that you was Aboriginal or American Indian, at that time they had a warrant. The name on the warrant is what you needed to address, okay? Because the name, you gotta remember, the name is a title, okay? It's not you, but it's a title. Not only that, it's an estate and it's deemed as being property, okay? It's your property. So what they're basically saying is, hey, we got a claim on your property, on your estate, and I'm just saying you're using your tribal appellation, even though I know it's not your legal name, but let's just use that for the sake of the conversation. Rainstorm in the all caps is going to be the legal person, okay? Rainstorm, capital R, lowercase e, regular cap spelling is going to indicate the what? Natural person. Okay? So you got two different type of people. One that's real, or is considered to be a human being, and one is a non-human being. One that's artificial, and one that's not subject to, laws, procedures, and statutes. However, you by yourself in a natural capacity, they cannot touch you, whether you're American Indian, white, black, whatever, outside of any of that, as a natural person, they're not supposed to mess with you, period, point blank. Okay? And they can't, right? Now, the only thing they can do is hold your straw man available, okay, and then put a claim on your estate to say that we found something wrong, or you owe us some money, or we want to collect. And that's basically what these courts are. In a layman's term, they're like debt collectors. Okay, what they did is they filed a claim on your estate to say that you violated something to the agreement of a contract. Now, an agreement to the contract that your legal person is bound to the citizenship law, right? Now, the question you ask yourself is, if you're American Indian because you pronounced it, okay, they have the right to take, the information that you had because you pronounced it and go look up and see, the credentials of what it is that you're saying. However, it had already gotten to a situation where it was way legal and already made a claim on your estate before you pronounced it. So now it made it so that the police officers have a duty in their official capacity, okay, to bring in a cause of action on behalf of that claim that's made by the city. You said it was a city incident. When the process of getting a warrant is going to have to go to a city or a circuit court, right? Now, what happens is the circuit court or the circuit city court. Okay, hold on a second. I got some documentation here to validate what it is I'm about to tell you, because I had a similar situation here. See, what you should have done was put your status on the record prior to the whole situation, okay? And then any property of the straw man, you want to be able to have that on a financing statement, to claim it as a security, and make brainstorm the natural person, the owner for the property of the straw man. Can I get a repeat on that? Because anybody lost at this point in time, we'll stop and we'll try to digress some of what I said to the next part.
Can I say this real quick, Creek? I'm sorry, brother, if I was stepping on your toes or anything.
No, not at all.
I'm saying that, and by the way, everything that I put in court, right? The paperwork I just had, that's all I knew at the time, right? Right. As far as my affidavit of truth and my my authenticated birth certificate. Yeah, I went down to the county courthouse in the city, the little city I was in Jackson, Tennessee. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Yeah.
I said, hey, can you put this on record for me? This 2017, mind you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I said, put this on record. And the little white girl, she was confused. She was like, what do you, she wasn't being a bitch or nothing. She's being kind of cool. She didn't understand what I was doing. And so it's like 4 white girls in there and 1 sister. And the sister was the oldest woman in there. You're right. She's probably in her 50s or whatever at the time. Right. She said, baby, it pissed me off. But she went, baby, what are you trying to do? I said, I just want this on public record, ma'am. I said, I want this, to go its way. She said, she looked at the little white girl and was like, just put it on public notice, right? She didn't have no clue either, because the person I was staying with was a good friend of mine, cousin. She said, when you went down there and did that, she said, us being here in Jackson didn't have no clue. You just shook up some shit. This 2017. Right. The dyke bitch, right? And I ain't gonna say excuse me to anybody in the chat on the panel.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I've been on record for 2 years. And here it happens at 2019. This retarded hoe does this to me. And we didn't look none of that up. We just put a warrant out and you came and got your ass.
Right.
So when I went to court, they were like, oh, by the way, before I went to court, I put my same shit on record at the clerk's office, right?
Okay.
So when I get in front of the second judge, I'm like, man, anything you want to know about me, it's already on record.
Okay, here's the thing. Everything you did was public. Everything you just spoke about was public. You have to be able to
public records.
Yeah, you have to be able to do some things on the private, okay, and then not being able to cross it over. But if they want to see it, because you left it somewhere where they can see it. Does that make sense?
You got please reiterate.
You're dealing with a private sector, right? You're dealing with a private sector. I'm sorry, you're dealing with a public sector. The courts are always going to be public, okay? They're public option. However, every public domain has a private section, okay? So in doing so, you don't want to be able to mix the business that you do in private with public officials. Does that make sense? So when we talk about double authentication, that's a private process, okay? It does go from private to public when you make a notice on the public side, okay? But the process of the declaration and process of the double authentication is definitely a private process, okay? And an administration that goes with that. Now let me explain.
But Creek, hold on. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but even as you said, when it comes to the
authentication.
The authentication or what you gave me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to go get it notarized, as you say, by 2 people, right? And put it on public record so everybody knows.
Signed by 2. It's going to be signed by 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
it's not going to be notarized. There's a difference.
Right.
There's a difference between an affidavit and a declaration. The declaration only gets signed by 2 witnesses that are credible. An affidavit is going to have a jurat or a notification for a signature of a notary, which is going to be up on an oath too as well. So you don't want to get it notarized. You want to get it. You want to be able to have 2 credible witnesses for the declaration.
Yeah, I was listening to that last night when you went live.
Right.
You
You know
know,
what I'm thinking. What caused the confusion is that when you do it, you got to put them on notice, and you got to put 5 out of 7.
Yeah,
say that again, cuz. Say that again.
You have to. It's a way that you have to be able to do the process of putting them on notice. There's a process that's already done, and when you miss steps to that, put them on notice, then it doesn't thoroughly go all the way through. If that
It
makes
just
sense.
leaves room for error. It leaves
It's
room
leaving,
for them to come and do what they did.
leaving spaces for errors for later on having to explain something in court. When if your process with your public notice was thorough, you would have never had to explain to a judge about your status or standing or any of that. However, the proper procedure in handling yourself court before it goes to a public domain where people are in there listening to your case, you'll want to go handle the matter with the circuit court first, or the circuit court. And then prior to that, meaning before that, way before you get to a court setting, your declaration, the transfer of interest, and all that would need to be done. And the next part of that would be this right here. Okay. Now let me show you. Put this on the screen and see if I can show you what this says right there. That says certificate of office. Okay. That's what you're going to get in the process of after you've already sent your declaration in the 5 places out of the 7 places that you take it. Okay, the 5 places are going to be the president, the fried Queen Elizabeth. You're going to have I already mentioned the president, the mayor. Okay, and the other 2 places is going to be Homeland Security and Vital Statistics. Now, If I add the Homeland Security, it's really 8, but that's a process by itself. The 7th place that you're going to take it is going to be the circuit court. Okay, every city that you got or every place that you got has a circuit court. Okay, with that circuit court, they hold records there. All right. Now, depending on where you at, sometimes they hold records there, and what's called here in Indiana is called the county recorder's office, where you would go to file a deed, a mortgage, or anything in regards to property. Okay. Somehow or another, you're going to have to file your certificate of live birth. Your double authentication has to get filed in the property department. Okay. Wherever you go. Now, in the property department, let me tell you, you have many things that are going on. You can record deeds. You can put claim on property. You can actually file liens, okay? And you can file court cases too. So usually what you have in a situation where, say you have a court situation and you wanted to file paperwork to bring it and put it on a record so that the judge can see it and he can review that as part of the case and making a determination of what his judgment is going to be. Okay, but you have to be able to put something on the record. If you don't put anything on the record, then your opposition, whether it's the plaintiff or defendant, it'll only be his voice against yours, and your time to speak will just be in court, but you don't have anything on record. Will make it so there's no evidence that supports what you're saying. Okay, so you're always going to be able to enter in the circuit court your truth of affidavit. That's where it should have been. Okay, when you had that truth of affidavit, where did you file that truth of affidavit at?
Creek. I put it in the deeds office, and I put it in the clerk's office.
It's going to be the county recorder's office. Now, the county recorder's office and the circuit courts work together to keep their records are either going to be in the same department or 2 separate departments, okay? But they both utilize the same records. So if you file something in the county recorder's office, even though it's in the deeds office, the county recorder's, the circuit court will be able to see that record. It'll still be in court record, even though it's in the deed record. Does that make sense?
Kinda,
So let me know
I
if I'm talking
guess.
too fast. So when you file in
No.
these records, go to the county recorder's office. That will be considered to be a miscellaneous filing. Okay, they do have a section for miscellaneous filings, like declarations, affidavits, that really have a little to do with property, but they still allow you to file miscellaneous records so that you can have something in record pertaining to whatever that subject matter is. However, some of these county recorder's office have been increasingly been disgruntled and going against trying to file records they feel like has no relevance or any type of connection to something that deals with property. So they will stop you from filing it because they say it's not relevant. However, you should be, and what they will do is they'll direct you to the circuit court, which is the courthouse, to file these documents. Now stop right there. This is where the problem consists at. And it continues to go because they'll kind of give you the runaround. When you go to the circuit court, if you're doing an administrative process in regards to which used to be formerly the statutory declaration, now known as the Declaration of Citizenship, they're not going to be familiar, or they're either going to act or that they're not familiar with the process at all. So you're going to get little help, and you have to know what you're going to do before you get to the recorder's office or the section to file these in court. Let me give you an example of how I filed one of my documents with the circuit court. Here you have what's called, the very title is called a certificate of office. This is the cover letter that they give you, okay? I repeat, this is the cover letter that they give you, okay, with your document in the process of filing, okay, to let them know that basically it gives certification at the end, okay, from the court record. See right here, it says the court, has the court right there. Now you see the seal. Let me read the seal to you. The seal says official certified copy, okay, and it has the name of the clerk of the circuit court, which is going to be Myla Everett if you're in Indiana. Now, the deputy, because he has the power of a deputy, these one, any name that's on that seal right there is going to be a voted in, okay, appointed official. Meaning to say, when it's time to vote, okay, they have to be voted in. Anytime you get somebody that's voted in the public, they're going to have to take an oath to the people using the Constitution, okay? So this is what you're going to call, this is what you want to get involved. You want to get people that's just got an oath on record, okay, that took an oath, okay, under the Constitution to uphold the rights of the people, okay? Now, these voted in officials are going to be police officers. They do take an oath to the Constitution, okay? The circuit court is going to have to take an oath to the Constitution, all right? The county recorders, okay, the one that puts the documents on record, the recorder, she or he is going to have an official duty up under the, you know what I mean, I just said it. A duty to, you know, under oath, you know what I mean, to the Constitution. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, when you go
hey, Creek.
Part out because I want to be able to explain what I'm saying before I go into the next part, so you won't be confused. Now, all the officials that I just named, when you go to these departments, including the judge and the court, they are not under oath. They are all administrators. They work for court-appointed officials. I'll say it again. They work for those officials, okay? Those officials that are appointed officials. Appointed officials, remember, are what? Under oath, under the office of the Constitution to uphold the rights for the people. Now, when you get somebody that is appointed official under oath, they won't be knocking on your door trying to snatch you out of your house. Why? Because it violates their oath to the Constitution. The Constitution protects you, okay? So what doesn't protect you is the people that they have working for them, okay? Because they have delegation from the authority to come and seize your property with a warrant, with a what? Robo stamp from the circuit court to say we have authority. Okay, but if upon checking their delegation of authority of the warrant, the validity of the warrant has to be a signed warrant that's from the court official or appointed official. If the appointed official doesn't have a signature like this one here, yes, it is. The signature there with the seal. Okay, the seal's here. I'm looking at it backwards on it. Okay, so it needs to have a seal and it needs to have a signature, and the seal should bear the name of that appointed official. Okay, and the name of the appointed official needs to be a signature that validates the seal. Now, what happens is you go into the circuit court, it's not going to be the circuit court. It's not going to be the deputy clerk. It's not going to be her. Okay, in this situation with her, they're going to have somebody that works on behalf of the deputy clerk. Do you understand what I'm saying? And these people are the ones that are seizing you that don't have an oath, so they don't have authority. They don't have real authority. Okay, so you need to check their conditions and tell them we need a wet ink signature. See this right here? That's a print. That's a stamp. That's a robo stamp. Anybody can do that. If you steal my stamp, and stamp a paper and then knock on my door and say I got a warrant, how do I know that that's official without it being a wet signature? Okay, I don't know that. As far as I know, the office could have been closed and one of these dirtbag officers just took a stamp and said, hey, we're going to go get him and let's make a warrant and make it believable and take a stamp with the clerk court's name on there and say that it got authorized by the official.
That's what I'm saying, though, Creek.
That's before you go into anything else. You have to check the validity of the warrant first to see it's a wet ink signature. Okay?
No. You're 110% right. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is these motherfuckers did some ignorant ass shit. They did.
Get into that, brother. You got to go back to the exception of the contract and challenge the contract to tell them the first thing they did is called passing the paperwork. When you pass the paperwork, and the first thing, like say there's 10 violations before you get to that, before you get to the violation number 11, you've already passed 10. Now they're not listening to you. That's why they're not listening to you, because you skipped already 10 violations before you got to the last one. Yeah. You have to be able to go back to the inception of the contract, okay, from the presentment. The presentment was the very first thing. They presented a warrant, okay, by some peace officers who took and vowed, or took, they all have an oath. All officers have an oath to uphold the law. So number one, they violated the Constitution, okay, by not showing you proper delegation of authority. That's number one. So we need to challenge that, and let's take it back to the first part of the contract, okay? So we're dealing with contracts. All this is paperwork, it's contracts, right?
Yeah. I get you.
Us, they're corporations, right? So they had your corporation. Somebody said that your corporation did something. So now they have to come to you because you're the boss for the corporation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now they're already looking at what they have on record as status. Now you corrected your status during the process of doing this, but it wasn't before they had drawn up a contract. Because if you had proper status on record, okay, and you put it already in the clerk of court right next to getting this seal for the warrant, because the warrants are issued from the deputy clerk of circuit court. They're issued from the deputy. That's where they get the warrants from. Okay.
That's what I told this cocksucker.
Okay, so
like, no. That has nothing to do with you. That has nothing to do with he said with the city of Jackson.
Right.
This is the county.
Okay.
You know, that's what he did, you know. So but
listen. All police officers work for the city, okay? All right, and put a state trooper. A state trooper is going to be appointed by the state. That's different. All police officers do work for the city. The city only has a charter that works up under the state to have delegation under the state to say that they can lock you up. They're a private organization. Okay, they're a business that's formed outside of the state. The police department is its own entity. It's not formed or paid by the state. What they do is they contract with the state. They're independent contractors with the state, okay, to work in a municipality, okay, that has delegation for the state, okay? A police officer for the state is going to be a state trooper. But because you domicile in that municipality, okay, what they'll first do is see if your name is docketed in there as a citizen for that city.
That's what I've been trying to tell you though, Creek. My shit was already on record of what I am, what I'm not. Which you talked about last night, right?
Okay. When you say it was on status, when you say your status was on record, you're saying before the officers made an attempt with a warrant, you already
2
had
years before. 2 years. Yes, sir. 2 years.
File that declaration. Where did you file that declaration at? Where was it filed?
No. All I had was I didn't have no declaration.
Okay,
all I had was
that's the problem. That's the problem. You didn't have a declaration on file. What did you have? You said you had an affidavit of truth on file 2 years?
And and my authenticated birth certificate.
Okay, the authenticated birth certificate is a transfer of interest. It just makes it so that you're a stockholder, and it shows that you are the beneficial owner of a corporation and your name in the all caps. That makes sense?
Okay.
Okay, once you do that, did you have a declaration filed with that transfer of interest together?
No, sir. That's why I was hollering at you about all that. That's why I got that from you.
Okay, good. This is a good place to start. Let me share my screen with you. I want you to see something before
you heard what I said though, right, Creek?
Yeah, but hold your horses. I'm gonna show you what you said right there. The chat needs to hear this, okay? Because
go right
this
ahead,
is the problem, and I want to be able to show this right now because you just brought it up. I'm gonna share the screen. Go in. Hold on. I'm gonna show you right here. You just said you did a double authentication, which is a transfer in the vessel. That's great. Because what that does is that shows that you have interest and you have the highest claim, and you're a beneficial owner into the Rainstorm Corporation. You know what I mean? Which would be, I'm just saying that in place of your straw man. Right?
I got you.
So you basically own the straw man, okay? In so many words, okay? That's what they're saying. But let's show why it's important to file a declaration with the transfer of interest and where it needs to be filed so it can be recognized. Okay, let's do that here. That's going to be Title 46, Section 31306, Declaration of Citizenship. All right. Let me know y'all can see my screen, brother. Can you see my screen?
No, we still seeing you. I can see you,
okay.
But I can't
see you. Hold on. Let me backtrack and share the screen. StreamYard is funny acting. All right, let me know if you can see the screen.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
we can see it.
All right, now this is for the citizenship. This right here is the same code I use all the time. This is what we call the Holy Grail for the Declaration of Citizenship. This is the Bible. This is what we go by. Okay, the instructions on how to correct your status using the declaration. This is it right here. Title 46, USC 31306, Declaration of Citizenship. Now, when you go down to C, I want you to read that, brother. If you can't read it because you can't see it, whatever, then I'll go ahead and read it. If you can, go ahead and read that. If you can't see it, I'll go ahead and read it for you.
It's too small for me. But anybody
Okay.
else?
Touch on your screen. Touch on your screen. Is you on what you on a computer?
Yeah, I'm on a computer. Hold on, I'll blow it up. You can blow it up. Just blow
No,
it
I
up. Just
pulled
blow
it
it
up.
up.
That's what I was saying. If he pull his screen up, depending on what he is, it'll get bigger.
Well, if you can't see it, then I'll go ahead and read it. It's no big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on my cell phone at the moment. I'm on my cell.
Okay, excellent. So right here we see subsection C for Title 46 31306 subsection C. Okay, it says except as provided by the Secretary, which is Homeland Security, an instrument transferring the interest in the vessel. That's just what you did. You transfer the interest, okay, into the vessel, and the vessel is going to be what? The citizen. The citizen is going to be what? That all cap name that's on the certificate of live birth. Okay, that's going to be the straw man. Okay, it is not valid against any person until what? Declaration required by the section has been filed. Now, you answered the question. You said it wasn't filed, but you had a double authentication. It was filed. Okay, so it's two questions. Where did you file that declaration at? Okay, and the other part of that is it's already a no-brainer. It didn't process the way it was supposed to because it didn't meet the requirements of Title 46 when it says right here to file a declaration because it's required. Okay, so basically the declaration has to be filed alongside with the double authentication. They both have to be filed together at the same time. Where did you file that document at? When you said you filed that certificate of live birth or the double authentication, where would you file that, bro?
At the D's office, cuz.
Okay, they allowed you to file that certificate of live birth?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The little black lady got upset. He said, just go ahead and put it in, she was talking her shit. It's like 5 white women in this motherfucker. They didn't know what I was talking about. They went and got the senior woman who just so happened to be a sister, and she was an asshole. But she filed it.
It don't make no difference.
Because they didn't know. That's why. It sounds like
they didn't know.
Exactly. She didn't know.
What happened was you actually you made the exception of doing something where a lot of people are not allowed to do. That's a fact. Now,
and by the way, real quick, this was 2017, dude. You hear me, cuz?
At that time, people weren't doing this process back then. Okay?
Exactly.
When they did, it was not to discredit what you did because it was on time what you did, but most people, like I did mine in 2014, a little bit smoother. And I had directions to do, so I just went by the directions of what the person told me to do and did it like that.
That's what I did.
Within the last couple of years, they have not been doing this at all. They're not letting people know, you got people that's coming in, Hebrew Israelites, people that Moors and some Aboriginals are coming in, doing a process that's not familiar, and they're sending them away. Now, you got your double authentication done, okay, and it was properly filed in the office of Scope. What you would need to do now is take that declaration of citizenship. Once we go over that, it needs to be filed too as well. In the same place, that certificate of live birth. That will make it public notice.
Yeah. But
so they don't know. You don't have anything on record as of right now. Double authentication. Double authentication by itself. When we look at the statute right here, 46. Okay. Section 3, Declaration of Citizenship. Okay. B and C is provided by the Secretary. Our instrument transferring it into the vessel, which is the double authentication, and a straw man is not valid until the declaration required by the section has been filed. So it's not going to be valid, okay, until you file that declaration with it. So that's your next step in the process. It needs to be filed.
You talking about the one you sent me, and I supposed
That's
to
correct.
Please help me out on that one.
That's correct.
Remember, I told you about all that, right?
So that's the first thing we need to do. That right there would have took care of the warrant situation, right? From the beginning of what the whole story. So You know, let's start from the very beginning. The warrant, the reason why the warrant was ever filled because they didn't see anything on record, okay, to show that you was an Indian other than your announcement that you made that, and that was verbal.
Okay.
And it's not too late. Now you can't you start getting your records together now. So the next time you go to court, it'll be a smooth sale situation. You know, that's what I'm here for, brother. I can help you with that. Definitely, that'll be a private. You know,
I'm gonna need your help, Craig. I mean, I didn't mean to cut your water off or none of that. But like I said, I need your help, cause I've done everything in my power.
Brother, you in a good situation.
Why these motherfuckers keep calling me back to court and saying, "Oh, we ain't got court," or "We ain't got time to hear that right now," you know, this and that and the third and all that. Now I'm in Atlanta, right? And here it is, 2 years. This is my 7th time to go back to court. I'm like, why do
you, brother? That's just what it is. If somebody's pulling your bond, if you want me to answer the question,
that's all that is.
Pulling your bond, and you know they're messing with the livelihood of us. And I would have to go to the beginning part of it. I don't know if you're ready to hear the. I mean, the questions you ask is excellent, but I don't know if you're prepared to hear the answer.
No, go ahead. I mean, listen to you.
They're watching us, man. They're watching us using a company called MyTech. It's called MyTech. When you look up a private corporation, it's called MyTech. MyTech integrates plasma and all the visual that you see that goes with phones, TV, radio, laptop. And it integrates the plasma and brings it to life so that you can see real-time images, you know what I'm saying, and translate those so that you can see them through the screen of your phone. MyTech also has a private P2P sharing device that allows them to go beyond encryption, okay, and they can look into your screen of your TV using their technology, the signal to the people that's either watching it, and then you have the interfaces with two people. So, like I said, P2P brings two computers together. So what they have done, and what you don't know in the private, is they're able to watch you with the click of a button. The courts have access to this, okay? And some of the attorneys are privileged to know what goes on. So they're able actually to watch crime in real time. What they don't want you to know is they're feeding the public, you know, two sides of a narrative. One, to tell you that they're trying to prevent or create a country, you know what I mean, to basically go against crime. At the same time, they're the ones that's either creating the crime or making it so it doesn't happen. Okay, or not stopping it. One are all in the same. So they're working on both sides of the fence to bring in justice, but at the same time, you know, to perpetuate corruption.
Yeah, surface.
They are watching you through the screen. That's number one. Number two, they are playing with invisible money. Okay, so let me give you an example. If I'm J.R. Union, I know you know about that old TV series, you OG like me, back when they had
Dallas.
It was called
Dallas.
With J.R. Union.
Dallas.
It's called Dallas. There you go. Dallas was a bunch of big time gurus, you know what I'm saying, that had money and property, owned, they owned the unions owned property, and they also had a oil refinery. So they own property and they own oil. Now you can't take oil, even though it's worth millions, maybe going into the billions. You can't take oil to the store and say, "Hey, I got $50,000 worth of oil. Let me get a bag full of groceries." Okay, you have to be able to take those assets; those are considered to be assets, right? And take those assets. They have to be viewed or monetized for a certain value. Okay, and then from there you can either trade the amount of the shares or the amount of interest into that into that asset, and have people that will give you money based on the amount of ownership in something that's worth a whole lot. So let me dumb it down for the people that don't understand. You got a bunch of people with money, just like this, like you shooting craps. Okay, they all got money. Okay, and they all want to invest in,
Making it
the
big.
roll of the dice. The roll of the dice can be pretty much anything. Okay,
Yeah.
so the dice is going to
Decide this.
determine. The dice is going to determine how much money you spend and how much you want to invest. Okay, so the dice itself is the asset. Okay, and the asset could be anything. The asset it could be oil. It could be anything. But let me take you the shortcut around, man, so we can understand that and bring it to the chat so they can feel what I'm saying. Is that they take all these people's money and say, hey, invest in this. Okay, so anytime I get money, I'll give you a percentage of the amount that I get back from the consumer side, right? So the consumers invest, they all go to Walmart, they all buy clothes or assortment of things. Walmart is appraised at $50 million worth of assets, okay? Like they got $50 million worth of shit. Now, in order for Walmart to buy something with the amount of assets, they won't take oil and go buy groceries at the store. What they'll do is they'll take it to a bank. The bank will appraise it at certain amount of money, and then they'll liquidate it to say, hey, listen, we'll give you a certain amount of Federal Reserve notes for the amount of what you're worth. So in order for us to do that, we're going to have to be able to use that asset and put our name on it, take your name off of it. And then when you're able to pay the amount of money that you want to use for this asset back, then we'll take the lien off. And then once you satisfy the amount of the loan, then we'll give you the asset back. So let me dumb it down. I know somebody lost scratching their head. Okay, you just went to the bank and said, I got oil, okay, at $50 million. They said, cool, what do you want? He said, well, I want to be appraised for, where the bank will say, well, it's worth $50 million. They say, okay, I want $50 million in cash. Cool. We'll loan you $50 million on cash based on the collateralization of that asset. The collateralization means to take C's of that asset. They're going to use that and they're going to sell it to investors on a crap table where people can invest in that asset, okay, where they make interest. So of course they're going to go up on the price, right? It's just like the dough game. So you got 50 million, but when they sell it for what? 60 million. Okay? So now they'll be able to make the interest off the amount of the asset that you have, just using the interest in trading on the stock market, be able to use the oil. Now, what they do is
hold on, Creek. I just want to say this, all respect, cuz you are jumping mountains that we can't climb. I know what you're saying. I'm barely catching
what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example. Let me get to the point though. Let me
go ahead though. But go ahead. I just want to throw that in there. But go ahead, cuz.
Listen, I gotta, because you got people that are advanced on here too, brother. I got some people that hit, man. They want the version. So what I do is
you're 110% right. Go ahead.
So what I'm doing is I'm gonna give it to you the way where it's gonna be confusing and then break it down. So I'm gonna give you the translation after I give you, the breakdown. I'm gonna break it down first, right?
Go right ahead, cuz.
And then I'm gonna give you the translation. So let me get through popping my whip, and I'm gonna give you a chance.
What you do, cuz. Do what you do, but go ahead.
Okay, so check this out. Now you're going to the bank, and you just gave them a title of ownership of the oil. Now you can't bring the oil to the bank, so you're gonna have what? A certificate. A stock certificate is very similar to a what? Certificate of live birth. Because a certificate of live birth on the public side tells you that it just shows that you're medically alive. But that's a lie when it goes to vital statistics, and then it goes from there to the DTC, and then from there it's getting monetized, and then these things have ticker signs and they're selling them on the stock market. So they have to be more than just medically alive, because when New York Times covered the story, they said they have tickers and they are indeed sold on the stock market. So we know that for a fact. Or New York Times in its validity would be challenged with that, to say that that's not true. Okay, so we know that they are being traded on the stock market, and the stock market being private. So on the private side, it would be what? A certificate of title showing ownership in what? Property. The name that's on that certificate of live birth is indeed property. End of story. Okay, it's your property. You have the highest claim to that property because it's in your name. Now, until you become the until you claim yourself to be the owner of that, until then, they're going to continue to sell that name and that title. Now, let's go back to the bank. You're giving them a certificate of title / a certificate of live birth / a stock certificate. All the same thing. When I say / I mean all three of them meaning the same thing, different names. Now, that whoever has that title owns the car, or they own the oil, the certificate, or whatever. If the certificate, if you have a registration and a certificate of title for your car, whoever has that, whoever's name is signed at that certificate of title for your car is the owner. So I know you you can understand that, because we all have cars. Most of us all have cars, and we dealt with that sometime or another to know that you're going to be issued a registration or certificate of title. More specifically, when you look up at the top, it says certificate of title. That means that you own that car. Now, if you want to transfer the interest into a vessel or transfer the interest of a car into somebody else's name, that other person would have to have assume some type of rights from you to say that it's okay that they have ownership. Now, what happened is you already have ownership over the straw man, but you didn't correctly pronounce that you had ownership, so people took it and ran with it. Now, when you want to pronounce ownership for the straw man, you do that with a what? Double authentication. Double authentication shows that you have a seal on your certificate of title with a name bearing the original name of the signature that's bearing the same name of the title, which is going to make you the what? The due holder in course of that certificate of title. Go look up due holder in course. That makes you the head honcho. You're the boss. Now, let's go back to the bank, and I'm going to go back to you because I want to see where you're scratching your head at, so we can go ahead and, try to simplify what it is that you don't understand about the process. Now, you at the bank, you got $50 million in assets, and those assets are oil. Okay, the bank takes those and says, yes, we can make money off that. We appraise that as $50 million. Cool. Now, you want a loan. We only can give you a loan for the amount of whatever your asset is worth. If your asset or your collateral is going to be 50 million, then we can loan you 50 million, because if you don't pay that loan back, guess what? We're going to keep your oil.
Yeah.
So now you walked out of the bank with $50 million. Of course, you ain't going to have you ain't gonna be able to put that in your purse or your pocket, or not, would you? No, you're not. So you're gonna have what? You're gonna use a credit card. You're gonna use a bank or a transaction with the bank using the numbers, or a check account. Okay. Now, this is where you have to take this and go into a court. Going into a court, you're gonna show them two things, and you need to have this on record before you go to court. You need to show them that you're the due holder in course, and you're the owner of that stock certificate bearing the name, the name that's bearing on that certificate of the live birth and the transfer of interest. That's going to be your double authentication process. Okay, that gets done. Now, we just read right here in the statutes. I still got it up. NC, it says, upon transferring the interest in a vessel, which is the double authentication, it is not going to, it's going to be void until that declaration with it is filed. So you need to take that double authentication and the statute of declaration, put them both together like a sandwich, and then go file it. In your case, you already did the double authentication. So now you need to take that declaration, get it done, and get it filed in the same place you took that. Now you made a public notice. Boom, that's done. The next part of that is to do what? You want to be able to be intricate in your business to show where your straw man, it has a revenue and an owner at the same time who is working on behalf of the straw man. They want to see this in commerce. You want to play a game of commerce. How do you get into commerce? Well, your entry or your application into the registry of the commerce is going to be what? The UCC1 financing statement. On your UCC financing statement, it's going to be filed the number of assets that you have. One of those assets on that financing statement is going to be what? It's going to be your declaration. It's going to show where there's a transfer of interest. So that's going to be your double authentication. All this goes on your UCC financing statement. Now, from there, we just talked about, let's backpedal. I just said that's your application into the world of commerce. So now you got investors, banks, owners, courts, and public officials who will look into your commercial registry to see where you filed that at. And they're also going to do it's going to be a UCC 11, which is going to be a commercial search on property or anything that you're doing in the commercial field. If you don't exist, then when they do a UCC 11, you won't come up. If you already have a UCC financing statement that has been filed, they're going to look into see what public of assets that you have, okay, that are under that name, and they're going to see who the owner of that name is. Now, in when you talk about the UCC finance statement in the world of commerce and using a commercial process, you have what's called debtors and you have creditors. Okay, when you do a UCC 1 financing statement, it is properly filed. Okay, you the natural person are going to be the creditor. You're going to be the owner of any property that's owned with a straw man. Okay, so that's going to be your house. That's going to be your gun. That's going to be any property. And these properties are what? Assets. Okay, they belong to the straw man, but you're the owner. Okay, so now you're going to use that straw man name, which is a business, to put it in the business name. But just like an LLC, you're going to be the owner of the property and not the property itself. Talk to me. Did I lose y'all?
No, Chris, you didn't lose us.
It does sound like it's a lot, brother, but here's the thing. It's not a lot when you get the steps and you got the steps down, and in the process of breaking down the steps, I go through the steps one at a time. A lot of people want step 10 and step 9, 8, 7, and all this, but it's like going past the first step. It's the hardest one for everybody. You know what I mean? Trying to establish your identity of who you are. You want to do that before you get into a commerce situation, you know what I mean, or any type of commercial transaction. Okay, so basically, they knocking on your door. You got a warrant. Not. The person on that is going to be what? It's going to be the straw man. You're the beneficial owner of that. So the first thing you need to do in looking at the claim that they're making on your straw man, they basically say, hey, we want to sue you, or this is a precursor for a lawsuit for something that you caused that was either damage or a property of some sort or something criminal, you know what I mean, that your straw man did. Not you, the natural person, okay? So you as the natural person, the first thing you need to do when you're presented with a warrant is take the pen out, and it needs to be a red ink pen, okay? Which symbolizes what? Blood. Blood means what? Alive. Okay, you're the natural person. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to take that warrant and you're going to accept it for value, okay, using your terms of the agreement, which will be a conditional acceptance. So you're not going to accept something if it's telling you to go to jail is the benefit. We don't want a contract that's going to cause damages on us, and then you accepted the content of the value of the contract, and that contract is saying, hey, we want you to go to jail. Okay, so you're going to accept the guild or the part of the acceptance, using a charge because you have a TDA account with a card that you can swipe, you know what I mean, it's going to discharge any debt liability, you know what I'm saying, on the public side for that straw man, okay? With the obligation of the United States, they said that they would do that as a fiduciary for everybody that has the certificate of live birth, okay, under the auspice of the House Resolutions 192, saying that there's no more money, okay, in the standard of gold clause, so that you can be discharged of debt instantly. So when they gave you that warrant, you're supposed to be able to accept that, doing a conditional acceptance, say, hey, I accept the value, accept for value and consideration, okay, that I can have that charging instrument to see the name of the authenticity of the person who gave you the authority, okay, to even issue the warrant in the first place. So there's two things I need, officer. I'm going to need a valid signature on there and not a robo stamp, because I have no way of knowing if you stamped that or not. And because your actions are always showing that you are being skeptical and not giving me the warrant when you're supposed to give me the warrant, I have the reason to refuse what it is that you're doing because you're not giving me the benefit of the doubt to spectate this contract first, before there is any type of seizure of any property. So in layman terms, you want to know what you're being, what the claim is for. What are you charging me for? Okay. And I want to look at the validity of the contract to have a wet ink signature, okay, from the deputy court to court, okay, to say that warrant is valid. So let's check the validity of the ballot first. That's why they held the warrant from you. Now, a lot of that, what I said, I know you're not going to get that. The average person's not going to be able to spit a law encyclopedia off the top of their head, okay? And definitely going to have to replay the video back. But in the event that you can't remember, but you know that it's not right, and you listen to this broadcast, and you know that you need to check the validity, the most simplest thing to do is make a phone call. You're going to pick up and call their boss, okay? You do that simply. You just dial 911 and tell, hey, I got officer so and such, and you want to make communication with the officer and let him know that you want to talk to his supervisor, and let him know that they have a warrant and you want to check the authenticity of the warrant to see if it's valid or not. You can do that. Okay, it's gonna piss them the hell off. You know why? Because now what you did is you made yourself the boss. Okay, and you put the officer in a position of a public official like he's supposed to, instead of telling you what he's going to do. You told him what you're going to do. Okay, I don't know. So talk Aboriginal to me, man. What kind of questions you got? Salute to the guy, House of Nathan. I see you in the chat, man. Peace to the guy. Copper Color Nation, peace to the guy. I see you in there. Thanks for coming to join the chat. So I said a whole lot, brother. I know you probably got some questions. Salute to the guy, man, the OG Rainstorm. We still got you on here, brother.
Hey, Creek. Everything you said was 100. I just put it on camera to show everybody that I ain't making up no shit. I ain't lying. You know, that way it backs up the story that I'm saying. I hate these motherfuckers. Because I know y'all playing this little game and you're not telling me the rules to your little punk ass game, which goes into, as you were saying, you got to know this, you got to know that. And for a lot of us, though, we don't know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm still learning myself. You see what I'm saying? You cocksuckers is playing a game. Oh, you got to go get this. Or you got to put red shoe on and a blue shoe or whatever the fuck, right?
Gotcha.
It gets to a, and the majority of our people, you know how we are, nigga get frustrated. Be like, man, you know what? Fuck it. I just go ahead and pay the motherfucker and let it go. Then they move on and get the next motherfucker and the next motherfucker. Instead of somebody saying, no, fuck you. I'm going to stop this shit right in the tracks. And anybody else that come after me or know, oh, they work for you? Yeah, do this shit, nigga. This how it works. Exactly what you've been saying the whole time. I'm sick of these motherfuckers, man.
Yeah.
I've been back and forth.
And I thought I did a pretty good job of answering your question, because that right there is where a lot of people get stuck at. They don't do the declaration and the transfer of interest, which is commonly known as the double authentication. But
very true, sir. Very true.
Nonetheless, man, salute to the guy, man. You on the chat, man. Talk to Aboriginal.
Nonetheless, salute, cuz.
Talk Aboriginal to me, man. Where you at? Nonetheless, salute to the guy. Where you at, fam? Unmute your mic, brother. You on there?
Yeah, I'm here. Peace to the God. What's up?
Peace to the God, man. What's up?
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Cause I'm on the iPhone, so my shit be acting stupid. But yeah, I hear you. Yo, you on that? I'm listening, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, good to have you on the chat. We were just talking about the warrant, man, and how it's basically a presentment. The warrant itself is an instrument, but it also can be accepted for value. Isn't that right? No.
Yeah, I heard you going over there. He said I wanted a check, really. It's really a check that they issuing to the courts, and they using that shit as a bond, really. So that's why when you got a warrant, they trying to capture you, the body, as the surety for the warrant. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why it's important. That's why when you do this process, you're freeing yourself and you're taking yourself out of the commercial aspect as being the surety for their debt. That's why it's important for people to understand that it's all about creditor and debtor. You want to be the creditor at all
Right.
times. You want to establish yourself as the creditor. You want to claim
Right.
your property, just like back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, stolen cars was a good thing. I'm gonna use this analogy. I just came up with this, right? I used to steal cars and shit all the time, right? Little
Yeah.
dead puller, put a screwdriver in the ignition, pop the ignition out and shit, right? So
Shouts out to
all of a sudden,
Buffalo,
you know, what I'm talking about, right? We can't get in trouble now, nigga. We old now, but you know what I mean? You driving
Yeah.
a stolen car, you got the one dude driving a stolen car around the hood, right? Niggas like,
Yeah. That's,
oh, you're a little teenager. Everybody
yeah.
driving a car, right?
Yeah. Already. That's
But
facts.
right. So you ain't gonna keep driving until what? Until the owner claims that that's his property. You see what I'm saying? It's the
Right.
same thing. So all they doing with your birth certificate is driving around in your vehicle until you claim it. Because right now they're gonna keep using your shit. They're gonna keep driving your car around until you say, yo, that's my shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then people say, I want to do paperwork. So if your shit gets stolen, what you gotta do? You gotta do a report. You gotta do a police report to report it stolen. You informing them that that's my shit, my property. You know what I mean? You put it on the record. Then whoever you assign to go get your property has to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're doing the paperwork, because you reporting stolen property. That's why I say it's a crime scene. They doing shit different. It's just more sophisticated shit.
That's right.
Yeah,
Property
your
is-
name, your property, your business, your vessel, your vassal. That's what it is. You know what I mean?
Right.
They not doing nothing that little thugs doing. They just more sophisticated with their shit. They doing the same thing we doing in the hood. The same shit.
That's a fact. Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Shout out to Trevor Roberts, man, Aboriginal. He's doing good. He just sent out a nice, handsome donation, man. Salute to the guy, man. That's much appreciated for the donation, man. And I tell people all the time, man, I'm working, man. He said, donations for the bills, man. Right on, brother, for that. Like I said, we working. We definitely got some other things coming too. Like people have been asking about, registering for the tribe. Right now, I have already contacted, well, it's been a while, but I did talk to the director for Homeland Security about my process, and I was able to deal with them on an individual basis. What I want to do is I want to be able to make it so that once you do your declaration, okay, we'll have a situation that's very similar to like the NAACP. You know how the Black Caucus they have for themselves. They have the NAACP. You know what I mean? So we can have something for the Aboriginals. So we can create like a membership. You know what I mean? For those that have a declaration that's on file. You know what I mean? And we can be recognized together as a unit of people. Okay. It's not something that's hard to do. You know what I mean? It's not something that's hard to do, but it just definitely needs to get done. I think right now we just got too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Literally, you know what I mean? We got way too many chiefs and not enough Indians when we need enough people that's going to pledge some type of participation and just a few people that's going to be able to make that happen versus all this back and forth and arguing. So for whatever reason why, I've reached out quite a few Aboriginals. And they've either been distracted or busy, and both with other things. So it looked like it's just me that's trying to do it, man. I'm morally interested in remedy, paperwork, process. You know what I mean, and business. You know what I mean, and probably less YouTube. So once we can get these Aboriginals, man, to come around it, and really kind of sit down and talk. I guess that's when it's going to go fast. But right now, it's just going slow. But anyway, man, shouts out to Roberts, man, for the donation. Shouts out to Blackwood for seeing you in the chat. Peace to the guy. Time 67. Salute. Calvin the Valmid, see you in your brother. And I know quite a few of y'all, man, have tried to reach me on the email. When I get off here, like I said, we'll do another Q&A. I'll probably pick a couple of questions out of the chat, and then I ain't gonna hold you too much longer. All right, it's already 9:30. I say before, if you can, somewhere around 10, you know what I mean, it's a good time. We would tap out, and you know what I'm saying, like I'll be able to hit y'all again one more time for the end of the week. But yeah, man, that shouts out to the brother Brainstorm, man. That was an excellent situation that you brought out there, man. You know, and because a lot of people have been asking about the warrants, stuff like that. But basically, in short, man, the warrant is a contract. Okay, and they want you to make entry into your house based on what your straw man did. Okay, but number one, we want to be able to have all our freedom documents, quote unquote freedom documents. We want to have all those before to a court situation or a legal situation. It makes it a whole lot better. Sometimes they will do a docket search to see who you are, and if your records are filed, and like you said, filed with the secretary with a double authentication, then a lot of times they will avoid even trying to interfere with you because they know that going back and forth in court with somebody that's already on record as being an American Indian would be a waste of time. Okay. Now, the next thing you want to do, because see, the courts go by taxes too also, right? What they're doing is they're imposing a tax on you. So if you're Indian, American Indian, tax-free, then that'd be another thing that would discourage a court from even ever trying to bring a charge on you, because they know that they would have to pay the tax for whatever the charge is. And then number two, to say that they would even put a bond in court if they want to bond the straw man and the charges. They want to bond the charges. You know, a bond is just like money with instructions. Okay, that's what I tell people. It's the lamest way you could say that. It's like a bond is like saying, hey, it's money, but let's put instructions on there too. It's like money that comes with instructions. Okay, some of those instructions are going to be the event of how much they're going to pay, or the face value of that bond. If it's $1,000 bond, you know what I mean, that they'll post that bond so that in place of money, the bond goes into effect to basically warrant some type of security for the person that they're going to get paid on performance, okay, which will allow you to be free from jail with no money, and that $1,000 will cover the amount of whatever the fullness of that bond, that amount is. So, in other words, the 10% might be $1,000 out of 10,000, right? So you paying $1,000 out of the 10% of that whole bond might be 10, or the surety might be 10,000. But a percentage of that would be 10% out of that. You pay the 10%, okay, and then they release you. But if not, then they have to pay the full amount, okay, depending on what type of bond it is, okay. But you can actually bond the court yourself. But before we even do that, Rain, brother, we gonna have to, you know, work on trying to establish that identity. So what you said right there was golden, man, because a lot of people get stuck right there, man.
Please,
you said
please,
that a lot of people, man.
please, Brother Creek. I'm telling you, I'll tell you what. I plead my case to your court. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, you in a good position, man. You in a better position than what you're giving yourself credit for, because you did you did a part. See, the thing is, they already transferred it from one venue to the next. So they are listening to what you're saying, and they're definitely in the consideration part. Now, we need to go over contracts way more than what I have been doing, and I've been kind of neglecting that. Shouts out to Empress Hobart. You know, when I was doing the live builds on her channel, you can go to some of those law, like when you ain't got nothing else to do, you can tune in to some of those other previously recorded broadcasts that I did on her platform, on the original Copper Empress Hobart and the original Mahogany Empress Hobart, because she has two channels, and I dropped bombs on all of those. So I went through the whole process. I went through the whole process.
Yeah, the Mahogany Princess, Mahogany Empress or something.
The Mahogany Empress, yeah. But you know, she got some fire builds. Some of the best builds I did was on her channel, man. That's a fact. But even
them matriarchs, they've been doing it though, cause them matriarch women, those women, they've been kicking ass. But go ahead. Right.
Yeah, it's hard to get a hold of them, man. You know, we kind of going in different directions right now. They doing the matriarch build. I know it's a lot of energy, a lot of time doing stuff like that. But you know, I'm more focused on the decoration and trying to get everybody to do the decoration right now and going through the first 10 steps or whatever steps we need to go through in order to get it so it's going to be done and properly filed. So you in a good situation because they've been listening to you. And like I said, they got instruments that we don't know and technology they use, man, to watch you. Okay. And so they watch it. They already know to what degree. Like, it's funny how it seems like it's a coincidence always. You went from there to where you was at to Atlanta, and as soon as you do that, 2 years to go by, now they want to try to put you and bring you back in the court again. So yeah, they watch it. Man, that's just what it is. They watch it, and they got to. Yes. They got to be able to watch their slaves, brother, or what what they consider to be property, because it doesn't show what is an owner. Okay, you did a transfer in interest. Now there's an owner, but now you have to be able to put the status to go with that, to take the Negro off that birth certificate, put it in the entry of commerce with a UCC to say, hey, I'm going to play the game. Okay, and then show on that UCC one how you're going to play the game.
But you know what though, Creek? This whole thing, I could have been and did that, but you're intercepting my ball, meaning them. I could have been and did that same way I did everything I told you about earlier. But you gotta rent cars, you gotta go herd, you know, all that shit.
Not to cut you off, but it's something.
Go ahead, Cole.
They can't, if you don't know the information, they can't give you the information. They're not gonna tell you how to play the game.
You're right.
That's where they are with it. So ignorance is bliss. They take a hold of that. Like, okay, well, you don't know, well then.
Yeah. Or as they say, ignorance of the law. As they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
It's no excuse. So that's what they get us with all the time. Is if we don't study this and we don't go in and seek, then they like, well, that's on you, brother.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yep.
I mean, like you said earlier, and Creek Running Water said the same thing. The majority of you brothers said this, right? I've been through hell and high water, and it's hard to go back and forth, right? I mean, I'm being treated like I'm selling dope to kill children or some shit, you know, and I ain't did none of that shit. No criminal record, no none of that. Cat the Marine Corps, honorable discharge, and so on and so on and so on, right? These motherfuckers is trying to put me in a sense of, are you with them niggas? You know, it's like, no.
They put a claim on your estate, brother. That's a claim. Somebody made a claim.
Put a lien on my ass.
The part that you don't know that things to be taken in consideration is the court deals with bonds. Okay, when you buy, okay, they are buying these charges. They're buying these charges. So whatever the charge is, somebody's buying them. They put bonds on them, okay? So they getting a kickoff already by the insurance company to say, hey, we're going to underwrite his name because he don't know what's going on, and I'll take ownership over the straw man, pay you some of the money already, and when we process the rest of the bond going through, there has to be a performance, okay?
Right.
You know what I mean?
But I'm hip to that. I'm hip to that, though, Creek. I'm hip to that. Only thing is, I want to win the goddamn Super Bowl on these motherfuckers.
See, but if you ain't, they don't think that you hip to it, though.
Right, right. I hear you, cuz.
Like what I mean, if I was in a situation, I went through there, talked to the supervisor, and for whatever reason why it didn't happen fast enough for them to open the door to come in there, slam me on the thing. Next thing I know, I'm in jail. Okay, I'm not gonna sign anything. Okay.
I want to say this. I want to say this real quick, Creek. I want to say this, not to cut your water off, right? Why, when they was locking me up, they make you sign all this bullshit, right?
That's your entry into jail. You just signed your way. You just signed consent to go to jail.
But check this out. Every time I sign my name, I put all rights reserved, right? I autograph my name.
Yeah, it don't matter.
And I put all rights reserved behind my name on all the paperwork they was giving me. So the little deputy sheriffs that's behind the desk and shit, I heard one of them say, why the fuck does he keep doing that? Why does he keep saying all rights reserved behind his name?
They don't know that. Yeah, ain't nobody.
They didn't know.
Yeah,
but it's on paper.
Right.
The pen is mightier than the sword. Right.
It does hold. It holds a little value that you put note in rights reserved, but I wouldn't have signed period.
I get you.
And what they do is they try to threaten you and tell you they're going to put you in confinement. Sometimes they even tell you they're going to beat you to make you sign it, right?
Yeah.
Then you will want to put under threatened duress, and then you keep a record of that officer that threatened you to sign it.
You're right.
He was under duress. Okay, so I wouldn't even sign it. Now
but
you have
going back to
with the act of truth for them to pick up the case, but because you didn't sign it, they can't seize you or any of your property because you didn't consent to it.
Right.
More
that's what I'm saying.
They throw it out before it even goes anywhere. They would have threw it out because you didn't sign anything going into court or going in jail. The act of truth for lending gives you 3 days, which is 72 hours, okay, to sign or rescind a contract. If you didn't sign it, okay, then what they have to do is the judge will have to throw that out. They'll throw that out because the district attorney can't bring a claim. No signature.
You're right.
I've done that before.
I mean, you got to remind.
You got to make.
I'm just saying. At the time this happened, it's not new to me, but it's true to me type of shit. It's like, these motherfuckers,
yeah,
that type of thing. Excuse me.
Got you. Yeah. So,
but yeah, you're right.
Over now, we just throwing it back and forth, man, because there's other people in the chat. Salute to Alvin Smith, man. I see you, man. Peace to the God. You know what I mean? So that other people in the chat can learn from your mistakes, brother.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Trial and error.
By the way, Creek, nice ass hat, cuz. But go ahead.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, man. I got this in Mexico, brother. I was out there with the Mexican Aboriginals out there, man.
I heard.
Yeah, we everywhere, man.
We everywhere. Yeah. Ain't nowhere you can't go. And like I said, when I was driving 18-wheelers over the road for the last 14, close to 15 years, I've seen it all. I've seen the most beautiful people, us, at home, not knowing we at home. Man, we got some beautiful people, man.
America's got the best group of women in the world, man.
Oh, yes.
And that's my opinion, man. That's my opinion. Now, I think when you go north, central, and South America, man, Africa ain't touching us, man. Sorry, man. They got some nice looking African women. You know what I mean? Full figured, the whole nine. But they just saying when we take Brazil and add Brazil and Central America, man, they ain't touching that, man.
You add Trinidad, them Trinidad women. Oh my God.
Oh, man, we talk about all them islands, Cancun, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Nah, man. They ain't touching us, man. They ain't doing that.
Hey, y'all ain't never lied.
We need to have us we need to get us a platform together so we can do a dance off, man, because they think they on a YouTube and they think they doing the most, man. And
see, now you getting greedy.
I'm not doing this on that either, though, man. I think the Aboriginals got that one, man. That's a fact.
Hey, you ain't never lied, cuz. You ain't never lied.
It's something we're gonna have to do, man. We definitely, when we get through all this other stuff, we're gonna have to get to a point, man, where we can have a festivity, man, and just just the Aboriginals put together a powwow. It ain't gotta be forever, man. It could be within the next month or two. You know what I mean? And we just have a dance off, man, or something, and just put it, everybody represent their state or wherever they from, whatever they domicile. Make sure that everybody got their decoration, man. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Everybody gonna get these decorations, man. That's what it is. We're gonna get these decorations, and if they violate, it ain't just you they violate, Rainstorm. They violate me. They violate Israel. Nonetheless, anybody else that got a decoration.
What you said, cuz.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, you right, yo. It ain't right now. It's going kind of slow because I think we just becoming new to it. You know what I mean? But once the shit start rolling, shit gonna move quick. Cause a lot of us, I've been learning for like about 4 years. You know what I'm saying? But I've been trying to get my people, for real. I told you about my son, my son is a beast with this shit, yo. He a beast with it. That's what I've been teaching. He been listening. You know what I mean? My oldest son is 24 now, but you know what I mean? I got him already. He teaching me shit now. He teaching me stuff. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? We just get together, Creek. You know what I mean? Man, we can start bringing the community in. You know what I mean? With the knowledge that we have, and then start going from there. Because all it is just us not really understanding the system. But once you understand it, y'all gonna laugh at how simple this shit is, man. It's real simple. Once you learn, you'll be like, man, these motherfuckers doing this bullshit. I'm telling you, bro, it's going and once you learn this shit, it's gonna get to the point where you like, man, nigga, I got $100,000 contract. I'm go get this shit off the credit report real quick. You know what I mean? Off the business credit and discharging the shit. Yo, you ain't gonna have to worry about no bills, no money, none of that shit. I'm telling you. But the problem is that I think people are just afraid because they don't understand the lingo. And they get caught up with other people saying. And that's my frustration because you got people out here that's smart, they don't know it. You know what I mean? They don't know law. So they think they know what they talking about, and they don't know what the fuck they talking about, man. I'm telling you, you got to learn this shit yourself because you gonna learn. You gonna know who know they talking about and who don't. And a lot of these people that y'all think they motherfucking teachers, y'all don't realize they don't know shit. I'm telling you, bro. You gonna be like, man, these motherfuckers are telling me some bullshit. So that's why it's imperative that you understand what's going on, man. Because you don't understand that with the bid bond, the payment bond, the performance bond, the payment bond, and the bid bond. That's really why they keep bringing you to court. Because it's all about the bond, satisfying the bond. And when you don't, they keep selling it. That's why you do the bid bond. Because now they can't sell it no more. You already satisfy that. You satisfy the performance bond because the court has to get paid. That's the performance. The payment bond is the fucking is the fucking fiat money. So now that you're using their money, they already getting paid and not charging you for using the fiat system. You now accepting for value and converting that fiat money into a discharge bond. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's what the whole acceptance for value, what Creek was teaching us about, the acceptance for value is. Because they try to hide behind you not knowing what these charges are worth. Because every charge is worth money. But we don't know the amount of the claim. That's why we ask what the claim is. They don't never answer that question. So you accept for value.
That's the reason why it's called a charge.
Right.
Yeah. And
so
like
once you
what
learn that, man, you ain't gonna be in court no more, man. They're not gonna make it easy for you, bro.
Right. Get that auditor. Go ask your public. Go ask the defense attorney that you need the auditress number and the QSIP number for the case. We're gonna look at you like you crazy. Then you go. Then say, hey, because I don't file taxes, I would need to record the amount of taxes and give them a 1099 for them to do that. Tell them that you want to be able to 1099 the charges too as well because you're tax exempt. Watch how fast they get ready to dismiss that case, man. Because now you're talking private. But you need to have that auditor's number, okay, and you're gonna need to get that QSIP number, okay, so that you can claim the bond. You want to be the underwriter for the underwriter for the principal, because you are the agent for the principal. The principal is the straw man. But what happens is because you wasn't there, an insurance company did it.
Hey, Creek, you're absolutely right. And I'm gonna tell y'all what. Don't nobody like to fuck with the IRS. The IRS don't give a fuck. Like y'all, people be thinking that the IRS is against just people. IRS will come after any fucking body. Billionaires, they don't give a fuck. I'm telling you. So if you start bringing up taxes and you say you want to pay watch how quick your case gets thrown out. Nobody wants to be audited.
And back to what you were saying earlier, nonetheless, the frustration come from You know, they got a saying where they used to say back in the day, the game is to be sold, not to be told. That's what we got to flip it at. Now the game is to be told, not to be sold. Because the more we tell it, the more we take
Yep.
advantage of it. I just wanted to add that.
Yo, because
So
I never
it
understood
is
when
to
people
be
say, yo,
sold, not to be
IRS
told.
gonna be your best friend. I'm
Be
like, the
told, not to be
IRS?
told.
Them devils? But yo, for real, the IRS, yo, so give you the game. You just gotta learn for yourself. What the IRS don't like is people spreading this information and telling them how to do taxes, telling people that they don't have to pay taxes and all that. Because technically it's true, but really that's not true. You gotta pay your taxes if you're doing business under their jurisdiction. That's what it's about. So you got to make sure that you are not in their realm or you're not using any of their services to be taxed.
Mm-hmm.
And by
Yeah.
not being any money, you can discharge any obligation, even with the IRS. Because the IRS works for the Treasury Department, and all of our funds are in the Treasury Department. Because the Treasury Department is where our ancestors left all of their equity. So they freeloading off our fucking ancestors' fucking
Okay.
energy.
That's good information. That's good information. That's good information. That's real good information.
Yo, think about it. The Treasury Department, the IRS works for the Treasury Department.
Yep,
The
they in the
Treasury
same
Department
building.
is right, and the Treasury Department is where all of our funds was ever stored at.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when you get a TDA account, you at the top of the fucking food chain. You got unlimited credit now.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So once you get to
Yeah,
that
yep.
point, man, you ain't got those bills. You just like okay, I'm accepting for value. You know what I mean? You start learning how to convert those bills into money because you're doing a money
Uh-huh.
order. You're ordering funds from your Treasury Department account, Treasury Direct account.
Yeah. See, that's what we was talking about last time we was on, because I
Right.
was explaining to him the incident that I had at court, and I sent in everything, and then they sent me something back saying that, okay, well, just pay us this $200. So my next step is to go up there, like you said, is a sign on the back of there, like the what do you call it, the money order, or the and sign the number on there and let them dock it from what you're saying, Treasury, from the Social Security number.
Yeah, I got a video that shows the tutorial on how to convert the money order. To a bill and
Hell
convert it
yeah.
to money order.
And
Yeah.
Creek the only one brave enough to put that shit out like that too. Everybody else had to say something.
Yeah, everybody else. That's why I was saying they too hung up on the game is to be sold, not to be told, when it's the other way around. It's supposed to be told, not sold. How do you expect anybody to know? Everybody ain't got money.
Yeah, bro. That's all these niggas that got money. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what this is what they know. They know all this shit that we talking about right now.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
All of them.
Well, I'm gonna show you a demonstration on a promissory note in just a minute. I'm looking through my notes
And
to see what.
those motherfuckers, yo, them rich people, them wealthy people, the people that's billionaires, they gonna be caught dead with no fucking paper money. All this money these people niggas be walking around with thousands of dollars, $100,000. You see it with this big money phone. Them motherfuckers be caught dead with that shit because they know that's debt. That's all debt. They trying to
Right.
get rid of that shit.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying, Creek?
That's a fact.
Nigga, you ain't supposed to have that shit. You crazy? And you on camera, niggas on camera showing that shit. Now the IRS can say, nigga, you owe us all that money because you using our script. You feel me?
That's right.
why you know there's an invisible government out here that's running everything. They don't want to be seen. They don't want you to know what they got.
Exactly.
Because then you're going to know the game.
Yep.
That's fact, brother.
So they keep it hidden. They try as much as they can to keep the information hidden.
Right, because if everybody know, they don't have power. They don't
Exactly.
have power. Everybody do this. You know what I'm saying? That's why the
Exactly.
courts give you all this hard time. That's their job.
Yep.
So it's basically what I have to figure out, because I kept calling up to IRS and I kept asking them, well, what am I being taxed for? You know what I'm saying? This and that. Basically, come find out, they never really told me, but through doing information and research, come to find out you're being taxed because you're using the Federal Reserve notes. You're using the money. So long as you're using the money,
the courts discharge your debt for you, and they pay themselves with your debt. That's why they want to. That's why the police and the courts work together on bringing you in the court to make you a debtor. Now, because you're a debtor, you supposed to take the obligation to do what? Accept the charge for value. Use your TDA account to set it off. Discharge it. But because we don't know how to do it, we do the opposite. We say we're not guilty of the charge, basically saying, hey, I don't want to accept the charge. I'm not paying you shit.
Yep.
That just went into commercial dishonor. Okay, you just went into commercial dishonor by basically saying that you don't want to use your TDA account to discharge. With your TDA account is for you to discharge. So why would you want to discharge?
It's set up for that. Yeah, yep.
So now you're saying you don't want to discharge. That's what you're telling the court. No, I'm not guilty of the charge. I ain't charging you. I'm not paying you nothing. Let me hit you back, eh?
And that's the concept that they got us using too. But when we going in there, that's the same thing we saying. Like, well, sure, I ain't paying for that shit. Like, fuck that.
Yeah. So, and that's what you shouldn't. You should be accepting the charge and not guilty of the crime. That's what you should be saying. Yeah, I accept the charge for value and consideration, considering the fact that I can get the original charging instrument. I'm gonna need to have that. I've already gave prior instructions to the clerk of court already ahead of time on the terms of the agreement. And then basically the judge is going to go through his spiel and just make it seem like, they act in front of the rest of the people that's watching, if there's people watching. And just
kick them out the room.
It's styled like the court is under laws in the country, right? They're going to play that game in the public, always. But you just came in there with a private administration saying that you was going to discharge that debt. You know what I mean? They like that. Yeah, because now they can get it to, because if you don't do it, then they label you a debtor, and then they take it just like a bankruptcy court does, and then they go file your debt with under I think it's under chapter 13 or chapter 7. Yeah, then they what they do is they take it to Treasury, and the Treasury will pay them the amount for the debt that you didn't want to pay.
Yeah, because it's like a minor. You ain't owning up to you ain't a grown up handling your own affairs.
Right.
So in other words, since they handling your affairs, you's a minor. You need someone to do that for you.
So what the court is doing is they going into your TDA account. They charged you $1 million. You don't want to pay it. They went to your TDA account with your social security number and showed where you owed the court $1 million in charges, and then the Treasury paid them the $1 million. So if they do that, if all they got to do is just find any little thing to bring you for it. So they love bringing you in the court for nothing.
Yeah.
So they want to access your TDA account. They want to make they want to make you a debtor, make up a fine. You don't want to pay it, fine. Then we'll go to your TDA. We'll go to the Treasury, and then with this and make it a debt, because you can only discharge with it. You can't use the funds to make payments or to buy stuff with it, but you can discharge debts. Go to House Resolution 192. What does it tell you? It says debt for debt. Okay, so they don't care how much the debt is; they'll discharge the debt.
Yeah, because going back to what you're saying right there is you can't pay a debt with Federal Reserve notes.
It's a promise to pay. But if the person that you're dealing with, if they want to accept that as a payment, they can. And what they do is they incorporate all the businesses, and then all the businesses are what? Incorporated. When you're incorporated, you have to do what? Use a bank. Now you have to use a bank. What's that mean? Now you use the Federal Reserve notes.
Gotcha.
Because you're incorporated with the state. So now they're making everybody play the game.
Yep.
Yep, that's a fact.
Right.
And that's why
I want you to come in.
need money to live.
You see what I'm saying? How my fault, yo. You were talking, yo.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah. Well, the reason why they want you to come in because they want you. They need somebody to take responsibility for the charging instrument. So if you don't, so all they doing is creating a constructed trust, or they're creating a bond. But before you come in, they have no evidence of you taking responsibility for the payment of it. Until you come in, they're paying it. So now when you come in, exactly. You fill it in the blank. So now when you come in, you're taking responsibility as the trustee and all obligations for the charging instrument. So now they done pass the buck to you. You're not responsible. You feel what I'm saying? So when you but if you already had something on record, like your declaration, and you don't argue. See, when you argue, you fall into that realm because when you argue, you're not going either to a jury trial or a bench trial. That's why you accept it for value. You don't dispute you don't dispute the facts of the case, right? You don't dispute the facts. And what's the fact? Usually they don't have any facts. But if you have a declaration or something on file, it reverts back to whatever paperwork you put on file as the fact of who you are. And if everything points to you being a creditor, then they have to discharge the case. They have to discharge the obligation on your behalf. That's why they try to provoke you into an argument. That way you go into that jurisdiction. Because thank you. You are dishonored because you being a trustee or being the authorized representative of that trust, you have to settle your debts. So now you already selling the debts being authorized representative, and there is no public controversy. They don't have no reason for you going no trial of having no bench jury, bench trial or no jury because you already accepting it, discharging. There's no public controversy. There's no dishonor. They dishonor. See, when they go into dishonor, the only way they can fix that dishonor is to get you to go into dishonor with them.
Got you. That's good information right there.
This dishonor just means it could be lack of response. Like you didn't respond the way you were supposed to respond. And a lot of us don't know the private
breach of trust. It's a breach of trust.
You automatically in dishonor. Dishonor also means non-response. Same thing. You didn't respond. You're in dishonor automatically. Because I was trying to tell people all the time. I said, man, you went into dishonor. I said, how was I being dishonorable? The cop did this. The cop did that. It's not about. They're not playing that game. You looking at them like they're a country. I just showed you they wasn't a country. Why you treat them like a country? It's a corporation. You got a business on file, okay, that should be incorporated. The fiduciary should be the treasury. It should be our Internal Revenue Service because you're dealing with them on the private. Okay, for any business transaction that is using a dollar, IRS is supposed to be inspected. They are the accountant for the Federal Reserve notes. Okay, so that's the currency they playing with. The Internal Revenue is always going to be there, or should always be there. Should always be the mediator because they want to know it went from your hand to whose hand and who got to pay taxes. And if you don't, then we still need you to record. We need you to record what happened so we can see that money went from here to there, regardless if you owe taxes or not. We still want to see a tax statement. So I get tax statements all day long, even though I don't pay taxes. My business pay taxes because there's a benefit in paying taxes when you're incorporated, right? And see, I'm incorporated on the public side, okay, as domestic corporation because I can get a license or I can get permission to deal with the public when the public are slaves, okay, because they're all in collateral up under a bankruptcy order, right? And so anybody that took the citizenship, anybody that's up under the citizenship banner, okay, has an obligation to that straw man. Automatically, when you take that certificate of live birth, you just took an oath up under the United States to withhold a corporation and all the responsibilities that come with that straw man. Period. So you do have an obligation. Now, if you know how to play, the obligation ain't nothing. Because the obligation is you just taking care of your business. As long as you take care of your business, man, law ain't got nothing to say with nothing. Yep. The law only picks on people that are debtors and don't know how to play this game. That's what they pick it with.
That's what I'm coming to find out. That's what I've been finding out.
You know, and even when you start making a straw man argument, or you seem to know a little something, then they kind of back up a little bit, like Rain said, but then they come back to you months later talking about, oh, you got caught. Mm-hmm. Because now what it is they in a situation where they didn't either discharge, or they didn't went through a situation where they money is low, right? Their money is low. In so many words, right? So now they're saying, okay, all this little money, we're gonna get all this little money too. Yeah. Now we want you to go out there and pull everybody over, even if they 20 a mile over the speed limit. We need all that money.
Even if they flick you off.
Yeah. So now they need a little money. So when they get the little money, I don't care if it's 3 months, 2 years, or whatever. Now they're gonna pick up they're gonna try to find some investor to buy up the bond. They're gonna take your bond, which is a bid bond, and put you out there in the bid market to say, hey, we got this case out here. We need you to show up for court, buddy. Well, we got this case out here. We're gonna bid this bond. Here he is, Rainstorm right here. He's right here. We got a bond. We need somebody to bond the amount of these charges right here. See, they left it alone for a little while because it was little money. See, it was little money. And they really didn't want to mess with it. So they said, well, when we want to, let's add up all this little money. It's like taking some roaches and breaking them down to get a big joint. You know what I mean? You get you start thinking, damn, I got some roaches in the damn car, in the ashtray in the car too. Go get all them. And that's what they're doing. They scraping the bottom of the cup to get everything. So now 3 months that went past, you're like, man, I thought they dismissed that. No, they want that little money, man. That's what it is. So now they went and got a bid bond, and they out there bidding for your case. Now they say, hey, we got them gonna sell this case right here. And sometimes they need a year or so or whatever to do it, but they just gonna keep pulling your string because they look at it like, shit, well, we ain't hurt, we ain't suffering. Making you having a court in 2 years. Anytime we want to bring up the case and forget about it and bring it back up, hell, you the one that's going through the problems. We ain't going through nothing.
Hey, Creek, but isn't that why even when you already went to court, you already paid the case you even if you went to jail, but that shit's still on your record. Why? Because they still got that shit. They still trading it. That's why when you do you expunge your record, you're actually satisfying the obligation. You're actually doing the bid bond, the payment bond, the performance bond. You're actually taking it out off the market. You're actually going pretty much accepted for value. You're discharging the whole that they can't sell it no more. That's why that should stay on your record, bro. You know what I'm saying?
When you do the process, when the process is thorough and you do it completely, and you come in as the agent for the principal, okay?
Right.
You're the agent. You're the stockholder. You're the head honcho, the due holder in course, the beneficial owner. You're supposed to come in like it's an LLC. Now, what will my business do? Because I know a business don't do nothing. I know the Constitution. I know you're a court appointed. I know that you're a county appointed official. Okay, you took an oath, so we're not gonna play no games. Now, once you do all that, now it's an even playing field, baby. But now you still got to be able to know what the process or the administrative process. You got to be able to know how to administrate means like a secretary. You got to be able to secretary your affairs. You like the OG just said. Israel just said, man, you got to be able to know how to assess this stuff. If you don't know how to do it, and they see you don't know how to do it, they're gonna say, hey, well, shit, we're just gonna keep coming to court until you figure it out. And if you can't, then you need to go get a attorney. Talk Aboriginal. I don't know. It's too silent. Y'all got a dead. Did they knock me off?
Now I can hear you. I went silent a little bit. I'm driving, so I'm used to that.
No, ain't nothing. Yeah, peace to the guy, DeQuan Taylor, man. I see you, brother. We're gonna get your decoration to you, brother. I don't know. Actually, you didn't get the decoration yet, and I did correspond with you a little bit, so I know you're in the process of doing that, man. Peace to the guy, man. You steps away from making yourself free from this bullshit that we're talking about. Peace to the guy, Libra son, man. I got the link in the chat, brother. If you want to get on the mic and spit a couple verses, man, we definitely would appreciate you getting on the mic and blissing the chat and the platform, man. We'll put it back out there in case it didn't got too far up from the link. In case anybody want to jump on, man. We ain't gonna hold on too much long. It's 10:50 now, so I say we're gonna go to 11 o'clock and shut him down, man. And we can get on another day, man, because definitely the rainstorm that got on him, and you know what I mean, and blessed the platform, man, and gave us a scenario that we can run with.
Where do them people file them?
People don't think you can get out of that warrant, man. For whatever reason why, it's like, for them, it's like an ironclad. It's like once they got that warrant, niggas get spooked. It's like, man, we can't do nothing about that. Yes, you can. It's a contract. And it don't have a wet ink signature on it. Talk to me. When you got a debt and somebody's saying you owe or something, there's a claim on your estate, okay, and they made a claim with a contract that said our authority came from this person right here, and your straw man is listed on the private as a silk.
Yeah. And they can't prove that's the original contract because you're the only one that signed it. And usually the person that was there is not going to be the one that's present. You're the only person that can recognize that signature. So you can do an affidavit of forgery.
Got you. That makes sense the way
you know what I'm
said
saying?
It. You gonna recognize because that signature.
Because that's why you sign it blue ink. Because if it's a black, you already recognize. But anybody can counterfeit your signature. It's very easy for somebody to forge your signature. You know what I'm saying? So anybody that doesn't have during the signing of the contract, it's hearsay. They can't even speak. They're not supposed to anything unless you allow them to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another important thing, man. They got the original contract, man. Don't even, man. You if you know what you're doing, man, you automatically go to the next.
Like dude was saying, he was in the heat of the battle, so that's why I said most of these people, they don't really pay attention to what's really going on when they in the heat of the battle, because you know how they come. They coming with 13, 15 people on top of you, like, well, we finna do this and we're finna do that, and if you don't do this, then we're gonna do this.
Yeah, because they feed off of your fear. That's why, bro. They feed off.
That's what I was gonna say. It's all about the fear. That's what they tripping off of right there. They like, yeah. And then most people, they like, well, fuck, do I really feel like going to sit down in jail for 72 hours? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For them to realize that they done fucked up.
Yeah, and that motherfucker 72 hours be feeling like a month and shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they realize
yeah,
72 hours is done, they finna throw the shit out and you finna walk away scot-free. Sometimes it don't take the whole 72 hours.
Yeah, I feel you, yo. It ain't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It ain't for everybody. You know what I mean? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's not for everybody.
Peace to the guy K False up in here.
What up to the guy, bro? Peace.
Uncle Snow Tribe up in here. Chickasaws in here. Talk to me. Talk to me. What's up? What's up, King?
Brother.
All right. Peace to the guy, man. What's going on, bro?
Man, I'm getting it in right now, man. Cleaning the house up. That's the best way for me to meditate. So yeah, man, listening to you
Yeah.
guys.
That's what it is right there, man. I appreciate you, man. Much appreciated for the kind words, brother. Salute to the guy KSR, man. I see you up in here, little bro, representing the GA. You know what I mean? That's a bro out there, man. He in the process of getting his declaration done too. That's another one, man, that didn't get taken by the beast, man. That's all I got to say.
No,
I mean, I'm taking it. I look at it. Everybody doing a declaration. That's a soul they didn't get.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, because that's definitely how they're gonna look at mines. They're gonna look at mines and be like, well, he's been awarded a court. I don't know how we didn't get him.
Hey, it's a beautiful thing though, man. Talk to them, Israel, man, because they ain't hearing it, man.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing when you realize it, man.
You can't make a claim on something and say it's black, but then you turn around and make a claim and say that that's false and it's based on fraud, and you say, and then you go turn around and ask me, does it work? What? If it don't work, then you need to be out here with a pistol. Because how they gonna make laws and shit, but then when they break them, it's okay for them to break them, but you can't. Listen, man, if that's what the game that they playing by, then y'all need to be bringing y'all pistols out and popping them. That's the type of game you playing. Because I'm not gonna accept the fact that a damn I don't care what color you put on it. I'm not gonna accept the fact that somebody can take a piece of paper, run up in my house, take my kids, take my wife, take me, chain me up, and put me in a damn jail for a piece of paper that's fraudulent. What? Y'all letting this shit happen for real? Come on, man. And the only reason why they're getting away with half of what we're doing because we're not playing the game correctly. But when we do play correctly, then what? Because
that's
the thing is,
like,
we've been respecting y'all when y'all been playing the game the whole time. We've been respecting y'all when you come with the badge and come in short and we showing up paying the fines and fees. Okay, now we playing the game. So now if it's the other way around and the shoe is on the other foot and you come in with a claim and it's fraudulent and you don't want to dismiss it after you see that what you did was illegal, then you know what? Now it's time to protect myself. Because we're not talking about a government. We're not talking about we talking about a game.
Game, that part right there.
We're talking about a game.
And the biggest game.
Now I'm gonna come see you because when you go to sleep, you're gonna get two to the head. That's a physic. Now I say that and I mean that. We gotta get to a point, brother. Listen, if they just gonna because it's not at that point. And I know that people say, well, why aren't you doing that now? Listen, because that's not what they're doing right now, man. They're not doing that. Okay, we not playing by the rules.
Yep.
But the question is, what if you played by the rules? Well, my first response to that would be, I don't think that you played by the rules 100%. That's the reason why they hold something against you. And 9 times out of 10, when I look into inspect people's paperwork or process, and I sit down and talk across the table for them, I find out that they do every damn thing. You didn't cross every T and dot every I. But let's say you did, and they clearly illegally trying to do something to you. Then you need to be strapped like Malcolm X with that strap sitting by the damn window. That's what you need to be doing. Because our elders showed us that's what we need to do in the event of these damn people, okay, is putting you in situations where they're going to bomb your house. They're using drones and scalar vision to look through your house and all kind of crazy shit. They want to drag you up in the court and using the court to infringe on your private property. Then they want to snatch your kids for the littlest thing because somebody picked up the phone, CPS came, ain't nobody seen nothing, but they gonna drag your kids up out of there. No, that's not a government. A government don't operate like that, man. A government has rules and regulations. If a government is acting outside the rules and their regulations, then they're out of the scope of their authority. Now go look up scope of authority and see what it is and get back with me, okay? Because if that's what we're talking about, now you didn't did everything, honestly, did everything, okay? Not miss a T, where you didn't cross a T or dot an I, not that, but you didn't did everything. You know what I'm saying? Paperwork spot on, everything. You didn't did everything. And they literally are trying to rogue you, okay? Where they just, somebody got a bond or whatever it is, and they putting a hit out of you, then fine. Then you need to be strapped, just like I said, Malcolm X. You know that picture when he was at the window.
The last one it was.
That's how you need to be.
The last one it happened to was Donor. And that was out here in California.
Yeah,
Right
talking
here
about
in
the police officer. I know you talking about he's a police officer.
Yeah,
he was an ex-police officer, and they put him on a high-speed chase because he seen that it was corrupt. There was some corrupt officials, corrupt police officers. He seen it. He wasn't with it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And then they shot. He was all through traffic. They said it should have been on the damn movies. Said he's going through traffic, shooting at him. They running through traffic, trying to get him, trying to make him seem like he's a criminal, but he was the good guy. Denzel Washington. Equalizer. Yeah. And he went all the way up to a cabin with some hostages, and they said, you know what, we ain't gonna let this motherfucker win, and blew up everybody and the hostages. I know about that. That was crazy.
Yep.
And he's been telling you about all these corrupt officials. He's a police officer. He said every last one of them is corrupt. What?
Was a police officer.
Listen, man, I'm going out like Kramer. You hear what I said? I'm going out like Kramer. If it go bad, it's all the way left. I'm going out like Kramer. I'm not gonna let these people come in my house, and y'all need to do the same damn thing, man. I got your back. Call up Creek and see what happened. If I'm somewhere when I'm driving distance, I'm not gonna watch somebody, especially somebody with the same complexion. You know what I mean? That's dealing with the same thing. We up against the same thing, and I'm supposed to sit back and watch them take your kids up out of your house? Hell to the no. If you gonna fight, I'm gonna fight with you. You goddamn right. Go back to the 70s. Go back to the 60s, man. Y'all niggas is weak, man. Come on, man. Talk to me. I ain't talking about the panel, and I ain't talking about the chat, but I'm just putting it out there, period. These Negroes is weak. They're weak, man. Ain't gonna do a damn thing. They're gonna sit up there and watch the police do all that and then get on there and then troll how they did blood, or that's 30 how they did cut, or wah, 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 woo, woo, woo. But you and then get out there and check you for the smallest little thing. But when it comes to the police, let the police violate everything with no check.
That part. Yep.
I'm not doing that, man. I ain't doing that. If I gotta lay my life down, yes, if it gets to that point, brother, we might have to do that. But I'm not gonna lay it down on the line for somebody to turn around and then go snitch or do whatever, then turn over evidence, or then turn around and then let them, hit you from the back with no grease, and then turn around. I put my life down for you. I'm like, shit. Then what I do all this for? Because I look at it like that right now. Our ancestors, man, died for us to get to this point, man. What we here for? What we claiming Aboriginal for, man? If we ain't gonna fight for it, okay? Because these foreigners, okay? I don't care what color you put on them. These foreigners are going to die for their shit to make sure that they keep your shit. Now what?
That part.
Huh? They got tanks, they got bombs, they got every kind of thing to make it that you stay a nigga. Okay?
They hate us because we owned everything and we was kicking their ass.
Oh, but they winning now, though. They could never get past our ancestors, man, to get anything, to claim anything without into something, and we signed to an agreement. It's always been the case. It's always that always worked. That's why they doing it now, because it always worked. Listen, man, go back to the 70s, man, in Cabrini Green when they was out there and they tried to tear them apartments down. Go back into the early 80s, man, them niggas in Chicago. They stood out there shooting at the police. Huh? They sat out there shooting at the police, man, talking about, y'all ain't finna come up in our spot. Nah. We making too much money, and y'all ain't finna just come in with no paper and just say, nah, we gonna shut it down, it's over with. Go look at that shit on you can probably find the footage on YouTube. Well, they sit out there for weeks, man, shooting across the police, shooting at helicopters and everything, AK, ARs, rifles, grenade launchers, every damn thing. The police, man.
Niggas used, in the 90s, niggas used to take the police guns. They used to take them from the police. You should steal the police cars. You should steal police cars, bro. The niggas they should steal police cars, bro.
That's right.
No bullshit. In the 90s. No bullshit.
Yeah, I know. It's like that.
The police like that. Yo, Well, it was like Jersey. Jersey was new. Yo, you ever seen that movie where they had them dudes that about stealing cars and the dudes were stealing police cars and shit? That shit was real.
Right. That's a fact.
Ask A1 about that shit.
I know it. I know it's a fact. I know that. I know that to be that's 100. Yeah, I mean, Baltimore always been like that, man. Shouts out to Jersey like that. And so they got listen. We got soldiers everywhere. That's what I'm saying, man. It's enough of
Police,
us.
man.
Yeah, we need to fight. We just need to stick together. That's what I'm saying. I got the blood in me. I ain't weak. I don't pump Kool-Aid. I know. You can look up Maurice Ivy. Y'all can look up you want to look up my damn record? That's fine. Whatever. But I'm not that. I'm not that. I teach people to do this because it's the easiest path with the less resistance. And I don't promote violence. But you have to be able to protect you, yourself, and your family from rogue people trying to fraudulently use government and fraudulently use a badge to turn around and say, I'm going to commit crimes. That's corruption. I don't support that, baby. I don't support that. No, sir. And I'm saying if it's a situation like that, then you need to lay it on the line. You got to make a decision what you're going to do. Now, you're going to lay down and you're going to get down. What you going to do?
Self-preservation is the first rule.
Well, see, they don't want to come out like that either, man. They ain't trying to just fight like that. Now, you do get cases every now and then, you know, maybe not as much as it used to be, you know, where you got officials or you got police officers to get out here, you know, unlawfully this or unlawfully that, and that's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but we know it happens. Okay, but it's never real until it happened to you. Then now you want to get everybody involved. Listen, we need to get involved now, man. Everybody need to do a declaration. If nobody is black and there's enough of us together up under one banner, then they're going to have to listen to what you're saying because there's enough voices and enough people together, okay, to make a change. And I know we've heard that over and over and over and over again, but listen, I got 31 people on here. Out of them 31 people, I should have 31 pledges. And then you reach and go teach one, and the next time I get on here, it should be 60. Then you count everybody in your family. Now we got 100. Now 100 of us with $200-300. You know what I mean? It could be overtime, and I know times is hard, but over time we pledge something, and it all go in a pot. It ain't going to nobody's pocket. I ain't finna go do like the Reverend, take your money and go buy a Cadillac. We're gonna put it all in a pot. Then that pot is gonna be a what? We get a trust fund, we put it together, then we can start buying, we can start getting attorneys, we start getting some of the legal stuff that we need to get done so we can get the paperwork, push the paperwork where we need to put it at so we can establish a community. Now, I know people are saying, I'm way over here, you way over there. Okay, but we can get a piece of land or somewhere for in the midst of where you traveling, you got somewhere else that you call home outside of where you at. That you invested in, something that you got. Now we already learning, but you know, we talking about rain situation. We already talked about stocks. We talked about bonds. We talked about investments. We talked about the straw man. We talked about an LLC. Okay. Then we can start maximizing that. Okay. To the fullest. Instead of just hearing it on YouTube, we can start doing it. Now we got 100 people. We got a pot. We got an account. We all of us set up one account. Okay, this is how they make these tribes. When you go to federally recognized tribes, I'm telling you the same formula they use. This is the same thing they do. And they create a trust, and they got a board of people put together, okay? And then you got one person, the chief, you got chief executive all the way down, and then you got all the Indians. And then you got civilians to stay on the land of that, okay? And they're commercially established. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We need to be commercially established. So you can make your business without no name. It's just a business, right? Okay, but then you could give the business a name and call the business Choctaw, call the business Chickasaw. You can call the business Cherokee. And then all the members are what? All the members could be Indians. All of them got their declaration done. Okay, now because we are commercially established, you know what I mean, in the commercial venue, a government's got to recognize you based on the model that you're using. That's it. We've done this before when the Negro, what they call Black Wall Street, Negro Wall Street, they did it before. We already did all that.
Yeah.
It was already established when they came over here. They was doing business with us, and they couldn't knock us off our tilt because we had too much going on and the competition was none. So they had to eliminate the competition. That's it. But now that they're telling you the slavery is over and they recognize what they did was wrong, and now we're dealing with a whole other generation of foreigners that's claiming to be way nicer than what their ancestors did, because their ancestors was rogue. Okay, Andrew Jackson, all of them, when they up into that time, at the time of the mid 1800s, man, they was wrong with it. Mixed in with our Indian brothers and sisters, man, and was claiming Indian blood. Now we fighting ourselves. Had us fighting ourselves. Now we couldn't tell nobody from a face from the tail end because everybody mixed in with Indian blood, and we being nice to everybody. We can't be nice to everybody.
That part.
Okay, now that we done seen the gig is up. We figured out history. We know we the Indian. Okay. And we know we aboriginal to this land. And not just here, but here and everywhere else. So y'all gonna have to change the way that we do business. We not gonna stand for the fluffery. We're not gonna keep going through that. We done with that part of it already. We know too much of what's going on. I'm not finna let you just come in my house and put cuffs on me with a piece of paper and don't tell me what it is because you ain't got nothing. We're not playing that game no more. That's bullshit.
Like 12 years a slave.
Yeah, that's it. So that's where it's going at. That's the next part of the declaration right there, is to come together and you know, even if it's just few of us, I don't care. A few of us get together, we make a pledge, we get together, we got enough people. I know enough people. I got people that got that drive seed elevators, that know how to drive tractors for the trailers. They got land. When I pull, they say call me when you get it together. That's all they told me. So once we put it all together, once I put it all together and round up everybody that's serious about it, the next phase of that is we got 100 people with 100 decorations. That's all I need. That's what I'm waiting on. Get these decorations done. Anybody got a decoration done? I already got you recorded as you on this side working with me, and we're gonna work together. That's how we got it going. Because it's not illegal. What we doing, what they doing is illegal. Okay. What they doing is illegal, and we tell them we don't want to be a part of the fraud. Now we already know the game, as far as you know, being separate from the straw man, even whatever y'all want to call it, the legal entity, whatever. But in the event, if there is something that I do, then you need to make a valuable claim, and it needs to be on somebody's property. Either to say I either destroyed or took somebody's property, some type of damages, or a corpus delicti, which is Latin for injured party. See where I put hands on somebody. Then we'll talk about it. Other than that, don't bring me in here for no traffic warrant. Don't bring me in here because I shot a gun off in the goddamn air. That part, that's stupid. Okay, yeah, it shows us being reckless. Okay, but let's talk about it. But I don't want to have to go through your system, though. That's idiotic. How many of these damn cowboys out here shooting these damn pistols, man? You got plenty of these cowboys and a lot of these Europeans and most of these white boys out here on the YouTube showing you right now, going out in the backyard shooting cans all day long. Then I go shoot one up in the air, and now I got to go to court for the next 2 years?
Exactly. And plus, you can put in your trust there. Every member has the ability to be armed, and they can't do nothing about that.
You goddamn right. So listen, you can't. In my town where I'm at, you can't even go buy no bullets. They got a back order on bullets. These motherfuckers get scared every time they see us coming together. Oh shit, the Red Feathers on Facebook. Let's go get us a whole 400 something thing of ammo. Wouldn't bought up all the damn ammunition. I can't go in the store right now. I got this a back order on ammunition. Got people waiting on ammo. As soon as they get it in there, it's sold out. What's that telling you? Y'all ain't seeing what's going on. Got your head all up in the rap videos. It's cool. I watch them too, but you know me, I don't get all up into it like that. It ain't taking me off my focus. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about.
Can't even find them guns online for real. Not for no good price.
Yeah, man. It's messy, man. It's messy. You know, I went through 15 years of going through back and forth the court, going to the law library, trying to learn, put stuff together, trying to put this stuff together. just till 15 years in the future to get up here and then learn all this stuff, and then people don't even want to do it. I'm like, shit, it's cool. Because you know, for a long time, man, I was just doing this for the sake of my family, me, and mine, whatever I consider to be mine. You know what I'm saying? But then it became increasingly popular to reclassify your citizenship, and people want to know, you know, damn, man, I seen police pull you over, man. They whatever, or you didn't go to jail, or they just gave you a citation, or you know, or you did this, or you did that, or I seen this, or seen that. You know, okay, cool. So I'll tell you what you need to do, but it's not going to be something that's going to be overnight. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It is going to be. You are going to have to do some reading. You are going to have to do some writing. Because the whole thing is, once you get up to this level where I'm at, you're going to have to show and prove. You're going to have to stand approved. Your standing has to be approved as a validity or a valid standing. And the only way you're going to do that, man, is if you're an intelligent brother. You have to be able to showcase that you're not dumb, that you're not incompetent. So they want to see when you're able to write an affidavit. They want to see when you're able to learn the process 1, 2, 3 and go through the steps. They want to see that. Just paying me to do it is one thing, but I'm still going to have to show you how to do this so you will learn how to do this. And then upon you learn how to do it, you'll have standing. So it don't matter if you live to be 60, 70, 80 years old. You know what I mean? You ain't going to never have to worry about the interference of a government or a corrupted official, okay, to have to take your asset or your straw man or make a claim or try to force you in a situation that's legal when you know better. If you don't show to know better, they're gonna keep messing with you.
But Creek, I'm glad. Hey Creek, but that's important what you just said, because that's when it boils down to it, it don't matter what your title is if you don't know what you're doing. Because you can be a part of a tribe, you can be a Moor, whatever the fuck you is. If you go to that court, you give up that jurisdiction, all you is a slave. That's it. You a slave, bro. Those titles don't mean shit if you don't know how to administer what you was given. You see what I'm saying?
Standing. When you go to court and they ask you, who are you, and you pronounce yourself correctly, you done already went to the circuit of court and put on record what you need to put on in the private before you went before the judge. That's standing. They're going to test you. They're going to watch you, see how you stand in court. And how you stand is your test. And when you stand approved, then they say, you know what? We don't want to back up in the court. We don't see him as an asset. He is toxic to our system. We try to swallow him and swallow him in the belly of the beast. We ready to regurgitate him. We want to spit him out. We want to throw him out. We want to throw him out. He doesn't fit good with our system. We don't want him in our system. Make yourself poison. Make yourself toxic. So when these folks try to pull you off, that's creek running water. Oh, you have a nice day, sir. That's it. We done with it. They don't want me in jail. As soon as they get me in jail, I ain't signing shit. And every brother going to ask me, hey man, what did you just do, man? Because everybody know about the UCC one now. Now everybody know about that. And then some of everybody know about claiming the status, whether it's a Moor or Hebrew or Aboriginal, one of them three. Let me sit up in a damn jail like they did before. I'm gonna sit up there. I'm gonna hold classes up in that bitch, and I'm gonna make
that part right there. That's what I said. They didn't even want to put
they gonna get you right the fuck out of there.
Yeah, like they did.
They gonna we gotta get this nigga out of here.
We gonna all do affidavits. All of us. Listen, I wouldn't have been when I had me in the court up there, and when I was coming from Chicago. Listen, man, them folks couldn't wait to get me up out of there. I was in there holding classes with Aryan Nation and KKK, all of them, everybody in there, everybody all in one. I had them Aryans on there with swastika stitches on their damn chest, you know what I mean, with ropes hanging off their damn thing, you know what I mean? Daddy's mom, they probably took niggas, you know what I mean, from years ago. But they sitting up in my damn dorm, sit up there, hey man, I heard you talking about something. Can you help me with my case, bro? I know about the bond. I know about, I heard about this, I heard about that. More, they couldn't wait to get me up out of there. Got that Mason attorney came in there, he flipped that G ring around, and then he said, listen, man, let's don't play court. You see that judge in there? He said, I've been knowing him ever since he was in Britches. Okay, that's good to know. He said, you see that straw man right there? He said, it don't mean nothing. Just sign it so we can get you up out of here. follow me all the way up out of the county. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Had the what was that? The sheriffs followed me all the way till I got to the state line. As soon as I got that state line and I go over by Indianapolis, he turned right back around. He was make sure I got up out of that city.
Mm-hmm.
He want me to stop to get a McDonald's sandwich or nothing, man. Got me all the way up out of there.
Uh-huh.
I said, that's okay. I made myself toxic to your system. You don't want me in there. Every time they gave me something to sign, I said, sir, I don't sign that. Conditionally accept this, blah, blah, blah. What does that mean? I said, well, I have my right. Then I told them about, about the Moors. I told them about the Aboriginals and that. Oh, that's good to know. I said, yeah, well, I don't sign anything without reading it. And I need copies of everything, sir. Oh, okay, that's fine. I had copies of everything. Then they went and gave me a summary review for to see if they can put me on probation. I went on there and accepted it for value. A for V, the thing, did a banker's acceptance across the page of it. I accept the value, the terms of the condition, but you're going to have to change this and change that. I'm Aboriginal, so we don't do that right there. But sure, I'll give you permission to do this, but not that. Crossed out what I didn't want on that contract, signed it, 3-1-409. Signing for accommodation. I'm not the strong man, but I can sign his name right there. They went back and got a summary report. When I went up to the court, they said, listen, what was the summary for to see if we want to put him on probation? They said, oh, he don't qualify. He's okay. Good. They wanted me up out of there. Y'all asking me questions. I done been through this already. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I done did it already. I know what work and don't work. I don't use a lot of this stuff that they showing you that's on these what is that? The redemption, straw man movement. I don't do none of that sovereign citizen crap. I don't go into sovereignty. Long as I know that I'm indigenous and I got standing on my land, that is sovereignty. I ain't gotta tell them sovereign. I ain't gotta use that word. That's on the Fed's list as a terrorist group. The minute you put sovereign on anything, you just made yourself a terrorist.
Yeah, oh hell no, you don't put that shit on nothing.
Salute to the guy. We got Zoe Hustles in the business. Talk to me.
You know what I'm saying?
What up, Zoe?
What's good? What's good? Peace to the gods.
Peace to the guys. What's up, baby?
Man, just chilling, man. I just got an email seeing you was out on here live, man. I was actually sitting here reading and stuff, and seeing you on here live killing, and then I just said, hey man, I'm not going to even go to back chat. I'm diving on the panel.
That's what it is right there, man. I appreciate you, man. Glad to have you on the panel, man. We been chopping it up plenty of times in the back chat, me and you on the phone, the whole nine, man. So
hey man, can I highlight something you was just talking about, the sovereignty? I want to just, let the chat people in the chat, know that you're natural. So when you're natural, the word sovereignty don't apply to you. Sovereignty applies to people that's coming to get naturalized, becoming from an alien to being considered normal in our world. So when they use the word sovereignty, they're only admitting they're alien to our planet, which is America, North, Central, and South. And they're coming from being alien, naturalized into being considered what we call real man. There you go.
Peace to the guys. We got Maurice of the Robinson family, man. Peace to the guy. We got another one of the brothers. Oh, we got legendary Top Cat on there, man. Peace to the guy, man. Welcome to the chat, brother. I always tune in to you, man. That's another good brother, man, out of Houston, man. Chickasaw brother, man. Peace to the guy, Leonardo Peel, man. Peace. Go ahead, Zoe. Did you want to get throw some jewels out there, man?
That's all, I just had a little short something to explain, to let people know that.
Before you got on here, we was talking about a warrant, man. Brother said he had a warrant, and I was telling him he didn't take that warrant and sign on that warrant, accept it for value. Okay, the A for V banker's acceptance. Okay, yep. And then change the terms of the condition of that contract. And when you send it back to him, you know what I mean? Tell them that you need the amount of the charge for the charge. Okay, the amount of what the charge is. You could actually sign that warrant like a check. Okay. Yeah. Sign your name. Okay, in the memory of the name of the the state, which will be the the municipality, the circuit court, or whoever. Okay. Then once you get that, then you can tell them to process like a check. That's it. It's done.
But you, hey,
That's
one
all
thing
we
you
discharge your debt.
Hey, Creek, one thing you leaving out to let them know, use red ink when you sign your name as AFV.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did. They make a note of that. Yeah, you want to use red ink. Red ink symbolizes blood. Blood is alive.
Yep.
Okay. Blue is going to be on behalf of the straw man, corporate.
Yep.
And black means dead.
Purple royalty.
That's a fact. I got somebody down here trying to jump on, man. I'm trying to see who this is over here. See what we got going on right here. I can't get to the. Okay, that's K False. Okay. Peace to the guy, K False. Talk Aboriginal.
We're gonna have to start getting back into running through the processes of teaching our people about bonds too. That'll help that Warren bullshit be disappeared off rip anyway. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. That's a fact. Because Rain, he brought up the good situation when he was talking about how, them boys came to his door with a warrant, but they didn't want to show him the warrant.
It was a false warrant then.
Yeah, it was a false warrant. What you gonna hide it for? And it's supposed to be legit. I would have called police on police.
Yeah. No, you know what? I would have called the sheriffs on the police.
No, he asked for it. He said he asked for the sheriff, but they played him talking about the sheriff, but didn't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, because sheriffs and police are not the same agents. Marshals and sheriffs run together. Sheriffs and marshals don't like city police.
Yeah.
They really don't even like state police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't none of them like
they all work together. They all in the bed with each other out here.
Check this out. Don't none of them like when you put them in on them paper, on Fed papers though. I know that much.
Hell no.
They say that you can't sue them in their official capacity, but you can though.
Yep, you can. They got bonds. All police officers have a bond connected to them. That's how they be getting out of these murders and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they take money off them bonds and they give them hush money.
Yep.
Yeah, but see, a police bond ain't no more than about 25 to 30,000 at the most. I ain't never heard of a police having a bond more than 30,000. So if you put that stun gun and you fall in the event they hit you with the stun gun and say you fall or you got chest pains or anything, man, run that bill all the way up. As soon as it go past 30,000, they gonna get fired.
But no,
they file a claim with their bond company, which is gonna be Liberty Mutual, okay? Because most of them are all Liberty Mutual, and go file a claim with the bond adjuster and tell them that you are filing charges against this the officer to say give them the policy number, okay, and then go ahead and file do the administrative process and put them in default to see how fast they're gonna dismiss that case.
What I was speaking on was
the amount of money that I need for damages. I need that. I need all that. I need all that. If not, we're gonna go through a trial through jury. Because see, when you get a trial through jury, you're dealing with people, man, that's just connected off the they just come in, man. They ain't connected to nothing. Okay.
But hey.
They don't like when you get the public involved.
Hey, Creek. What I was trying to bring up so we can kind of speak on was not just the bond that they personally have as an officer. I'm talking about the agency itself having the bonds on their officers that goes higher. When you just like workman's comp, you know what I'm saying? Like these police agents have a workman's comp situation set up with the precinct that they work at. So like the Breonna Taylor situation, I'm very familiar with that down to the numbers and in-depth situation. Now that was the situation why I'm speaking on it, that it was a surety bond outside of the police's bond that they had on themselves that ended up paying them off that hush money. You see what I'm saying? And me and my brother, I ain't gonna mention his name. Me and my island brother, we was on the phone with the mama, Tamika, Breonna Taylor's mama, telling her to do not touch that money. she was explaining to us that she didn't already trademarked her name and every LLC didn't all. I said, that right there is worth more than $12 million. I said, do you hear your daughter name off across all these channels? Those are all checks. What are you doing? She didn't listen. And you know who the island brother that we build law with, so I ain't gotta say his name. The chat room should know who the island brother is that we do law with. So we personally told her to leave that money alone. She took it, and she got fucked up because when she took that money, it hurt my feelings because that's like, you know, that's cousin. I'm Zoe Taylor. That's cousin. So when I let my little cousin know, that's her dad, I let my little cousin's sister know, yo, tell Skeet to get a lawyer. He went and got a lawyer. The lawyer filed against the mom, got half of the money, all the accounts and all that shit was seized until he got his portion. But even still, I'm not satisfied because we warned her about that's going to disappear as soon as you take that money. And so now you don't hear Breonna Taylor.
Right. Yeah. Well, see, man, listen, man, money motivates, man. You know, they like the brother said, shouts out to Leonardo Peel. Unfortunately, man, that's just what it is, man. It separates the real from the fake, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna sell the fuck out. I mean, you got $1,000 or a few $1,000s, man. You know, they put a hit on your head. You gotta do the same thing. If that, what I would suggest, and then, you know, you just brought up a good question about, you know, doing something about disarming people, you know, police taking the payout for $3,500 to $6,500. Okay, but if you got 20 family members, then you're gonna have to pay them to help you or defend you. I mean, you might find a case like that, but for the most part, if this is some blood family, cousins, aunties, whatever, and they able to pick up a gun and shoot, are they going to protect you? Okay?
Right. That's the good question.
Now you ain't gonna have to see. The thing is this: you ain't gonna have to pay them. So now what? Now they can't be bought out. So money is off the table. Now money is not a question, or it's not an object of perception. Because now, you know, you can't pay off none of my family. They don't work by money. They don't go by money. So now what?
It fucks their whole game up. Their game plan is all deriving off of how they can use money to cover their dirt.
Yeah, they could do that to a police officer. Okay, but so now, if you know that it's a possibility that, you know, you might be in a line of fire, far as, you know, dirty cops, and they want to do you bad, right? Or they want to do you dirty. Shit, you just go to your family, man. I go to my pops, I go to my cousin, whoever I can, and let them know I'll sit down there, you know what I mean, man to man, and sit up right across from the table from them and say, listen, in the event, if it go down like this, we dealing with some crooked police officers. That's what we dealing with.
Right.
Okay. I got X amount of dollars. We all got kids, and I know y'all don't want to see me go, and I don't want to see y'all go. I got your back, you got my back, and there's 10 of us. Now we got CBs. We watching the street, patrolling the area. We got all of us got a business. You know what I mean? All of us got our decorations done. You know what I'm saying? So they can't just pull us in the court for no fluffery. You know what I'm saying? And we got somebody to keep an eye on the streets, and we got our own connection. Now what? It ain't none of us operating on money. It's not gonna be that easy for them to run up on you with no $3,500. They ain't gonna run up on you because they ain't gonna be easy target.
Mm-hmm.
And we got enough people right on this chat that got family that heard everything I said that can make that happen. Now, like I said, if we could come up with a pledge and we all come together to say enough is enough, you know what I mean? And we put all our status on the table. Bam. All of us on this chat, I don't care if it's 30 of us here talking and on the panel, it's 30 people that we got to deal with. That's it. It's 30 people you're going to deal with. That's it. Like, you call me up, boom. You know, hey, I got, you know, my advisor that wants to, you can send him the paperwork. Boom. Now I give them a fax number where they can send me the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And it shows that we all networking. They're not going to be able to just pull a fast one like that, man, and get away with it, man. When you got 30 people that's connected to a network or can pick up a phone or they went to church that day and came back around a bunch of people for them to do something and get away with it and be criminal. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, it will.
We got to take it and put it in the light of where we saw where officials are hands down dirty. You know what I'm saying? Because you got some people, man, that just ain't gonna deal with the police thinking that they wrong for anything. You got to prove it to them, especially when you got a record or some type of criminal background where I done been in jail, so now my credibility is out the door. Because we all Creek, you'd have been in jail before, man. You could be lying. How we know you didn't relapse?
You know you work for the people.
Right. So we can't gravitate to everybody. So we're not gonna pull everybody in. But we got 30 people, 29 people right now on the chat that all find something interesting about what we saying, so we all think alike in one way or more capacities. Something that we think is alike. You see what I'm saying? So we get that common ground. Now we got enough people to say, okay, boom, we're gonna do the declaration, and then we turn around and say we got I pull everybody that's on the panel, you know what I mean, as an administrator. So now I'm teaching y'all specifically, like None, he know a little bit, Zoe, he know some, you know what I'm saying, the brother Israel, he know, K Foss, boom. So now you can go to any, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna anoint y'all with all the stuff, because y'all already have, see, None, you and None, and the ones that's on this panel, y'all already had some type of process already where you didn't deal with the legal system enough to where some of this could kick out and kind of roll off your tongue a little bit. You see what I'm saying? So y'all not really amateur. You're not as amateur as maybe some of the people in the chat will. You see what I'm saying? Like y'all have experience with the law and the legal. So you know now I got a board of directors just like that. Boom. That's how you set it up. So I got 5 people that's gonna be the board of director. I'm gonna make a vice president. So whoever got the most time to deal with it, say it's Rain. Boom. So now you can hit Rain up. If you can't hit my phone and get me, Rain, he gonna take all the applications. He gonna check off all the declarations. He know how to do it. Boom, it's done. Now I can go do what? Wheel and deal and hit that rod out there and catch some more fish. Boom. Now we got Israel out there. He's the spokesman for the street. So he got his ear to the street. But then he got his own gang that's watching and protecting him. So with each one of us, we got 10 people that's watching us out of 6 people on here. 10, and 60, that's 60 people. When we come together, that's 60. You feel what I'm saying? And make sure that those 10 people are your family. Now, who else is already doing that? The Gambinos is doing that. The Corleones is doing that, even though that's off the TV. But you know what I mean? You got real gangsters out there doing that. They just anoint everybody in their family. And they go make something that's prolifical or something that's connected to what they like to do. So if they like killing, then you go make a meat factory. And ain't that what the Italians do? And they all family. So now they got a family trust that's working like a business, and you ain't got to worry about nobody coming in from the outside to come in, cops or police that's coming in and doing anything to you. They see you operating like a business. You got money, you got assets, you got a little power. That's it. Really, it's your mind, man. It's a game. They playing a game, man. And because we think it's real, it becomes reality. You know what I'm saying?
But hey, yo, but Creek, you know what I wonder? You know what I noticed, though? That people think this is new. This has been around for thousands of years. That's another misconception that people don't understand. They think that this declaration and being independent, being on your land, being soft, being not just sovereign, but I'm saying being a creditor and debtor, and having a trust and doing business through a corporation. This has been around for thousands of years.
Fact.
Has been doing this shit. It's just that they hide it, they hate it, so people think it's new. No, this is what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think people don't gravitate toward it. They just cookie cutter process shit, getting ID cards and shit. No, because your people not educated on why you got that shit. They're gonna probably do the same trick back as a citizen. Or play again. You know what I'm saying? It's not every don't fucking nobody is not on this shit. Anybody's not on this shit. I ain't fucking with. Because I know they're gonna get you hemmed up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they doing it and getting away with it. Stupid, bro. That's what I'm saying. If we think about what they're doing and we got a plan and we got participation, man, it won't do it. There's too many other people to pick from, and they don't like to have to fight to do it. You know what I'm saying? They just want a row of people, man. They can just, you know what I mean, stick it to anytime they want to, and not have to grease it up. But the minute you try to find a way and arrange that stick, you know what I mean, they don't like it. They want you to lay down and take it.
Right.
That's it. Don't complain. You feel what I'm saying?
They want to put you in fear, man, and make an example out of you, and then make everybody else that's not sure about it read the news and say, oh, look what happened to them. Oh, you were getting locked up. I'm like, nigga, yo, how many times you run a court case and you can see about all the mistakes that the motherfucker made? You're like, no wonder the motherfucker got locked up. Look at the dumb shit he did. He ain't know what the fuck he was doing.
Right, that's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? You should be able to identify every mistake inside of any. When you see these court cases, I can identify their mistakes immediately. I know they get wrong.
Yeah. Yep.
And sometimes you got to, but sometimes you can't
really,
fuck them. Because look, at least they try, you know what I mean, to be free. Go ahead.
Yeah, you listen. Every court is racketeering, man. You just got to be able to, when it happened to you, you got to be able to say, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, and take them to a federal court. Because what you're gonna find out is if the federal court don't want to honor a clear violation on behalf of whether it's a judge or whoever it is on a state level, then they part of it too. Now, what you're doing is they're giving you means to investigate, and now you start publicizing what you're seeing. They don't want that.
Yep, they're giving you means to expose that ass.
They don't want that.
And once you go federal, and you need a federal case, if you want to be a federal case, you automatically going to be on the do not detain list. Automatically.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You want to have diplomatic status. They already know you already know the game. You want to touch it. Pretty much. I ain't bullshit when I say that. You want to touch it.
But when you had when them Chickasaws signed that treaty, they sent a letter to King George. Listen, we neutral. We see that y'all guys trying to, because they were trying to abolish slavery. They said, listen, we neutral. We don't agree and we don't disagree. We ain't doing nothing. We gonna be right here. We ain't doing nothing. This sign the treaty didn't do nothing. But then the freedmen went and fought in the war, and they said, well, shit, we want what y'all said y'all was going to give us. We'll fight. So they gave some of them benefits, but the other ones didn't get no benefits. So now they start gravitating to different things because they seen where, well, if we don't agree to it, they're going to give it to somebody else. And now we sitting here, everybody else selling out. Now we stuck here trying to fend for everything. They done made a whole world around us. So
that's a fact, bro.
Basically, what I was
going to say that's what actually happened in reality.
What
happened?
The Chickasaw was the last one, man. The holdout. They didn't sign no treaty, man. They said they wasn't dealing with them damn hunkies or none of that. They was out here, man, gang banging for real. They said, shit, we winning. The fuck we gonna stop doing what we doing, stay in the game for now? We ain't losing. All these Indian tribes, Cherokee, the Iroquois was another ruthless ass tribe, man. Ruthless, one of the worst.
Because the Iroquois was like, look, you either join us or you against us. And they went to war because they knew we had to unify.
Right.
But niggas was steady joining up with these motherfucking foreigners. You know what I'm saying? That's where the friction came in. Because like I said, they already knew this information.
What they was doing, they was putting a bag on their head, and they was contracting these Indians to get out here and kill them. Because they was mercenaries, brother. And some of these white boys, we was teaching them how to kill too. And they went out there, listen, them white boys went out there running up on a gun. They got shot 20 times, they didn't care. Then another one comes, just like zombies. So with the British, they found value. They found value in that. They said, well, shit, if we get 100 of these white motherfuckers and free them, because they was all slaves. They said, we're going to give you your freedom.
Y'all can go from slavery to second-class citizenship. I'm all over here on the ship, and we fighting these motherfuckers running at you, getting shot. We shooting, hit them with arrows, and they still coming.
See, the chick
They don't have nothing to live for.
so they had that shit written down like the Iroquois. The Iroquois was organized. They already had the Great Law of Peace, so they already submitted that document to all the tribes. And in that Great Law of Peace, it tells you straight up, like, you either join Confederacy, you know what I mean, the nation, or you die, or you are out. We going to war with you.
Well, they got together, man, when they did the Creek. Remember the Creek Confederation came together? That was the Muskogee. That was all of them. Because they seen when we started losing ground. After we went from 1770 to 1780, and then when right after the form of the corporation in 1861, 2 years after that, they start coming with the better part of the what is the homestead. Then they start saying, well, we're gonna seize property and then give it to you, and then give it to who we want to.
Well, that's because the cotton. See, the cotton took away that business, because at first they was making clothes and further shit out of the beaver trade and that shit up north. So when the cotton took over, the South had all the power. They had all the money because nobody wanted furs no more. They wanted cotton because it was cheaper.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's during the slave revolt. What they call the slave revolt really was the Indian revolt. And they said, shit, y'all, we ain't working if y'all ain't giving us no money. And then the conditions of the working conditions was too bad. Like it was, then they leave, and they said, no, we ain't playing by those rules. And they said, yeah, then they start holding at gunpoint. Next thing you know, they had a revolt.
Hey, Creek, hey, check this out. Check this out. Excuse me, Jim. Hey, give some shout outs to everybody that just joined in, Creek. Top Cat's up in here too. You know what I'm saying? Just give some shout outs to everybody that just joined in, is what I'm saying.
I see we got salute to the guy. Everybody else got to send a shout out to. I recognize Maurice of the Robinson family. I send a shout out to Leonardo Peel. Shouts out to Hard Boss. Yeah, I see you brothers that came in already. I see somebody else that ain't on here. Shouts out to Quan Taylor. Yeah. Yep. Christopher Query.
I was just saying that because, it is what it is, man. Salute to everybody, man. I'm for real, man. Y'all spin them gems, man. Y'all making it happen, cool. And we got so many people inside the chat and this, whatever, whatnot. I'm just saying though, Creek, it can happen, right? Drop the shit just in case. I step off. Let somebody else say something. You know what I mean? I do that.
TV, man. Go share, subscribe that brother's content, man.
All right, peace, race on you.
Bro, he's doing the damn thing, man. I've been watching his brother's channel ever since he was doing the little phone. He had the phone doing his raps. I was on them joints every Friday, man. It was some fire back in the days too, man. Had some fire out there.
You know what? I've been on this for a good minute, right? Not just yourself, Creek, but all these sisters and brothers that's doing it. They take time out to go, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you Negroes, right? This is what's happening. I get a piece from her or him or whatever, right? And it's like, okay, let me add that to my repertoire, because I didn't sit back and study this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I ain't got the time probably for it, which the majority of us don't.
Right.
You mean to tell me that you found out that this going on? Write that shit down, nigga. That type of shit. Oh, by the way, peace of Ab TV. All these cats, I sat back and watched 4 or 5 years. Nigga had fucking 2 motherfucking subscribers and they jumped up. You know what I mean? They just blew the fuck up. Like, and if not, one thing I love about these people, if you don't believe me, research what the fuck I'm talking about. I can tell you anything. Anything. I can just make up shit. Oh, we was alligators and we turned into fucking gods or whatever the fuck, right? Nigga, look up what these people are saying. That includes you too, Creek. I look up everything.
Absolutely.
Like this brother or this sister is telling the truth. You know, or you full of shit, which I ain't renting none of our people really doing that. You know, I ain't seen it from Ab TV. I can go on and on and on. You know, Aboriginal Power, you know, everybody we know and love. I don't believe shit you're saying. Go look me up, nigga. Look up what I'm telling you, and then go, okay, yeah, that nigga right. Or she telling the fucking goddamn truth.
Yeah.
Other than that, leave the dumb shit alone. Leave that shit alone. You know, I don't give a fuck what you do. No. I'm sorry, I digress.
I hear what you're saying. I hear you. You loud and clear, fam. And the thing is, you know as well as I can't tell black folks anything, right? Can't tell them nothing. So the only thing you can do is lead by. My pops used to tell me all the time, man. You know what I mean? Lead by demonstration.
Or lead by example. Or lead by example.
Right.
What can I tell you?
You like a show and tell.
Like,
don't
nigga,
tell
have
these
you
niggas
been through it?
Show them, and they see, watching. Let them see them. Let them see the light through you. You know what I'm saying? Instead of you trying to explain or bring the light out of them, it's not their position to do that. It's for you to lead the demonstration, and then they can follow you. You see what I'm saying?
Exactamundo, cool.
I think Dick Gregory said it. Dick Gregory said it the best, man. You know, when you put these glasses on, man, you know, it's the way that you're seeing out of it. You can't take these glasses off and put them on anybody else and expect them to see it. You know, it's something that you got to come into and walk into as your walk and your experience of life. Because everybody ain't ready to wear these glasses and look through the eyes of this world.
And you know what else? Everybody's experience of life ain't the same. You could be in California, Mexico, you know, New York, whatever the fuck. I'm not experiencing what you're dealing with, because where you at, I didn't mean to cut you off, Creek. What I'm dealing with is totally different than what you're dealing with in a whole nother motherfucking state.
That's a fact.
What can I tell you? Oh, nigga, it don't work that way. I'm over here in goddamn Arizona. Nigga, this totally different shit. You're dealing with a whole nother different type of people. What the fuck are you talking about? If I'm in LA, I ain't dealing with the gangs of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm going way out there. Just work with me, people. It's like, nigga, you're not me. You ain't dealing with the fuck I'm dealing with. There's no fucking way. Yeah. Some of it might be kind of the same, but it's not the same. You know, that's how I look at it. Somebody test me and say, hey, nigga, you wrong. It's not the same.
We are dealing with the same shit, but it's at different times too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, you know, like the thing is, when you dealing with a situation that you ain't never dealt with, then you watching it in real time for the first time, that's when you're supposed to be asking your questions. That's when you're supposed to be leading by example. That's when you're supposed to be following and taking suit. You know what I mean? Watching, you know, the game unfold. You're supposed to be, you know, looking up to the person that's showing you the game. You know what I mean?
Hey, Creek. When you put your hand on the table last night and told me, well, not just me, when you told your whole thing what happened to you about them cats trying to do you in, and you had to jump out the car and this and that. Yeah. My cousin Rodney didn't make it. Following his daddy suit, my Uncle Dennis.
My whole point right there. That was my whole point.
Same shit.
People that for less than that and that. Really. less than that, and died. That's a fact. You know,
Hey,
but what are the reasons
you're
why
right.
he was gonna die, man? I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I didn't accept. That's just like a perfect example of how even we deal with contracts, even on a spiritual level. Even on a spiritual level, I didn't accept the idea at that time. It was in my head. Oh, you might die. I didn't accept that. I didn't accept that contract. I didn't accept that. I refute the fraud to say that I'm going to die off of something that is a possibility I can get out of. You know what I'm saying? I never accepted that. And I think it's because it was my will to live, I pushed through that. Some people, man, they hear something, oh, this is it, I'm gone. And you don't see them no more. That's it. They accepted the fact that it was going to die. Just like a lot of them didn't. Like,
It's sad. It's sad but true. It's sad but true.
Listen, here go another one. You get a lot of these people get a cough and say, oh, I think I might got that corona. What happened? They accepted the fact they got the corona. Didn't have it, went to the hospital and got it.
That part.
They came home and said, doctor said I had corona. I told you I had it. You a fool. You just accepted it. Didn't have none of the symptoms. And now after you went to the hospital, now you see every symptom of corona. But before that, you just had a regular cough.
Right.
A regular cough.
A common cough.
That's it. But you know, they lift the ban. They lift the ban off of wearing face masks in Texas.
Yeah.
It's not mandatory to wear no mask no more in Texas. Okay. Now, look, Texas is supposed to be a red state. You tell me how they did that. There's some shit going on, man. Listen, we got people. It ain't no black and white, man. You got people that see this whole shit as just fuckery, and they say, you know what, we ain't gonna participate. I ain't fucking with this shit. Oklahoma's another one. Did you know Oklahoma didn't even have a mandate for masks? There was a last state to mandate for masks, and the governor at that time would not impose any sanctions on anybody for not wearing a damn mask. Now, what was that in the media?
Ain't gonna show up. They ain't gonna say that shit.
We got people out here that's fighting. You got people that's out here that's against what we're going with. That's what I'm saying. And then people calling me talking about, man, how this shit works. Listen, man, the whole system ain't corrupt, man. This indeed quite a few of them, and it is some corruption in politics or in the criminal justice. Yeah, it's corruption there. But you still got people out there, man, that come home every day, they want to see their kids, and they just want to do their job. They don't want to fool with none of that shit. And they will or try somebody that's going against the law. For real, for real.
And you know what? That's the goddamn problem. I'm just gonna walk through the motherfucker, don't make no waves and shit, right? This what these motherfuckers been doing. I'm talking about our people. It's like, I don't want shit to happen. Let me just, nigga, that type of shit.
Right.
Like, no, nigga, speak up and say this shit ain't right. It's not right for you to do this, and that, and the third.
Yeah.
No, I'm just, what they say, what's the main thing I'm telling you, every time these motherfuckers talk, it's always, I got mine, get yours. Every fucking time. It's like, no.
You know what's gonna happen though?
Go ahead, cuz.
What's already going on right now is these lame, you talking about these lame Negroes. A lot of them are stopped. They don't like the fact that they gotta keep going to jail and getting mistreated, man, by the system. That's starting to get played out. I see that. I see where there's a lot of people are talking about filing this or trying to fight their own case in court, or how do you claim your status or correction? That ain't even Aboriginal, just a regular brother off the street, you know what I mean, that just got enough information and somewhere he done collected it from somewhere to get somewhere to say he know this shit ain't right. I see more of that now than it has ever been now.
You know what I figured out? I could be wrong. What I thought and what I figured out, I don't want to do no research at all. Meaning those people. They don't want to listen. I'd rather watch The Bachelor and Hip Hop and Love or whatever the fuck they call it. I'm brain dead, right? I just let it ride, you know. Anything to fucking escape. Anything.
Yeah.
Hey,
You know.
can I say something on that too?
Go ahead, Cole.
What I've grown to learn over the last 10 to 12 years of my process of getting to different levels of, you know, the knowledge and stuff like that, that it's not us doing anything wrong, which, you know, when we doing these builds, you know what I'm saying, from shout out to, you know, Ab TV, you know, to the God, shout out, you know, 111 True, you know what I'm saying, the gods, what we're doing is very, very correct. And even though it's not really, we would want it to be meant for everybody, not everybody's called for this information. This is not some everybody on this panel and chat decided to just do like, yeah, you know, 3 years from now, we'll be on Truth and Knowledge and I'm gonna be reading law. So I feel, you know what, I've come to find out and learn that the people that's really gonna be effective are the people that's called to be doing this, even if they decided to do it or not. They were called through their soul, and they soul drawed it out of them.
Chosen, yep.
Right.
Chosen. I just want to say peace to the family, man. Peace to everybody, man. Peace and love to the family. I'm gonna check out, man. I got something I gotta handle.
That's what's up, man. Peace to the God, man. We appreciate you on the panel, family.
Peace
appreciate
to the God, man.
Yeah, man. Hop on next time you see me on here, brother. We're gonna do another one on Sunday, man. I'm gonna do it like every 2-3 days. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be on y'all head about this declaration, man, because I just feel real strong in my soul. You know, there's something that's telling me, man, to gravitate because somebody's gonna hear the message that need to hear it. That's all.
Time is that.
Right.
Peace.
All right, peace, brother. Definitely, man. I appreciate everybody on the panel, man. You know what I'm saying? Rain, salute. You know what I'm saying? Zoe Hustles, K Falls. You know what I mean? All y'all brothers, man, nonetheless. Women here dropping some jewels for the chat, man, one time on the Creek Water, Running Water platform, man. And, you know, I'm going to go over it. You know, I think there was a couple of questions in the chat, and I'm going to look over that. And then, because we've been going hard, man. It's 11:22. And we can shut it down, man. I think we did enough for the day, man. We definitely put some waters out there. And so let me tap in the chat real quick. Salute to the guy Sunset. We appreciate you taking the time to help us because you're one of the ones that have been breaking this down. Yes, sister, I appreciate that. Likewise, you know, I appreciate y'all too as well. As long as y'all show participation with what y'all want, I'm gonna keep giving it to you. Everybody else just be telling us who, right? Okay. Let me see what else we got on here. Okay, I sent the shout outs already. They got everywhere. I'm gonna put my email in the chat, and then that way, if anybody needs to holler at me, just send a shout out to the email. When you send it, when you do email me whatever it is that you want. Send me on YouTube, whatever, and then I'll be sure to send you some information back so you can have a contact number, which is gonna be my business contact number, and then we can just take it from there. Definitely, so take it from there. mti.m.t.i.consulting.trust. Trying to mix that up. Boy, listen. Boy, StreamYard is a mother, boy. I'm telling you, man. Hey, shit. My computer been fine all day long. As soon as I decided to go live and use live stream, they ain't want to go. All right, yeah, let's see. That's in the chat.
Yeah, Creek, man, you was one man. I remember you say my ass. Remember that one lady? I forgot her sister's name, man. We was on phone all
Which
night
one?
going back and forth. Remember she was talking about the
Yeah, I was
UCC3?
thinking about that.
And we was
Yeah, she was trying to sell. She was trying to sell them. You talking about the finance through the UCC one? She was talking about private. Yeah, she went on. Yeah,
but bro,
yeah.
but that night, bro, man, he was on. I think it was like 8 hours. I remember my fellow seat. Y'all was still going at it. But that right there made me like study more because when I was listening to her, I was kind of like not knowing what the hell she talking about. But it was sounding good though until you jumped in, and I had to really listen to what you were saying, and then really go back and study to see exactly what was going on. Because I thought what she was saying was right and exact, and that shit wasn't.
She wasn't. That's right. That's right. She wasn't.
Yeah.
But it sounded like I was hating, but I really wasn't, man.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
and that's why I wasn't saying nothing. I was just listening. That's why.
Yeah.
It pays not to fucking. You know what I mean? When you don't know this information, you want to fly with some bullshit. That's why I say you got to study and know when people are telling the truth and when they don't. Because if you're not studying, somebody can come with you with some bullshit. You don't think that shit is real, and it's not.
That's a fact. And that was a perfect situation, man. That was a situation where, yep. That's a fact.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Hell yeah. My mic was muted. I was sitting there yelling at, but I didn't realize my mic was muted. But you damn right. Motherfucker make it sound so romantic, like French language.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. These big words of the law dictionary, and you not knowing what the fuck. You be thinking, oh, that sounds good. Like, yo. I don't know how many times I heard Bill.
Start calling you smart.
You know dictionary words, and I'm like, yo, you don't even know. People don't even know what that means. Like, yo, you know what some bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's a fact, man. That was some good time. Listen, man, who was that? The Zoe just spoke about the back chat. Man, listen, I wish we could go back to them times, man. And
man, we should go in on that shit.
Man, it was so many.
Yeah, man, talk about that all the time.
What?
It was so all of us was coming with that fire of one platform, man. That shit was, man. It was powerful, man. Then everybody started
12 people on the call.
I don't understand it. I enjoyed everybody. I like Data. I like, you know, man. I enjoyed Tribe Up. I enjoyed who else was the other brothers? Lotus, man. All when they used to go in, man. Come on,
yeah,
man.
bro.
That was the YouTube.
That's why when we got on the lives, we got in the live chats. That was light work. We used to go in on the back chats.
Right, that's a fact.
Like you could tell us nothing. We knew when motherfuckers were lying. We knew all the information. Motherfuckers couldn't come to us with no bullshit.
Right.
Nigga, we already knew the truth. We knew the truth.
Right.
Matter of fact, that's where we started having people's court again in the back chats.
Remember that.
Remember when niggas, we will put people on trial now. We lose our courts now.
You was the one that did that with the People's Court.
Yeah, that was you, Joe. Joe started that shit.
Yeah,
man, we was bringing people's courts to bring out the dust, the dirt, and the diamonds. And it was like, the people's court was a good thing because it was a good way of everybody, it was a structure. We had the principalities, we had the people, which was the judges, you know what I'm saying? And anything informal, it had to be brought to the table, and in the back chat it was going down. I mean, like, a lot of our people been through trial, and it's a good thing.
It was all private. Remember, all that shit was private. It never was on no YouTube, and it was just private shit.
Yep. All the dirt come out in the back chat, and then we come right back to the live phase, and it be fire. You know what I'm saying? But it was a good way to get everything clear, because there's a lot of new people coming in that wanted to join on the panels and express themselves, and like, hold on, dude, who are you?
Hey, Zoe, remember when they used to have the YouTube back chats?
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Look, they'll cut the line. We'll still be on the line. We'll still be on the call in the line. They didn't kill the whole line and everything.
On the YouTube back chat. Listen, I think they got rid of the Hangouts and they got rid of the YouTube where you used to have. Remember you had you can go live with Hangouts.
Right.
They stopped that and they stopped the Google back chats because of us. I guarantee you, man. We had some.
Hell yeah. Man, listen. Hold on. Let me just say one. Give me 30 seconds. This is to congratulate everybody in the back chat, on the panel, the people that's not even listening that will hear this video but know who I'm reaching out to, you know, the real gods, you know what I'm saying? That was once Indians, once Moors, once anything, the real gods. You know, I appreciate all of us being able to express ourselves, even when we didn't see it the same way. We able to get our expressions out. In the last 3-4 years, we changed the government of United States of America. So I congratulate all of y'all effort. All of our effort have changed the fucking government system. So if people pay attention to what I'm finna say, they'll know what I'm saying. Now, they had this census situation that was running, and it was supposed to be ran in 2019 to April. Well, no, it was supposed to be ran in 2019 to June. They moved it up to April because of our live bills. Then they went behind that and started doing all of these stimulus signing up, these voting things. All of this stuff was rushed efforts because of how we're going in on these live bills. So I hope this, you know what I'm saying? I hope this just can make it out to the real YouTube stream, you know?
That's a major fact, man. I can prove that. Because see, the thing is, they throwing trivials at you. What they doing is they testing us, man. They say, well, okay, so what are you gonna put on the census? Then see that we didn't do those. It wasn't enough of us wanting to participate with the census because a lot of us thought it was fraud. So they say, well, you know what? I don't want to do it. So they didn't give an extension. That's right. That's right.
Even look at the fake look at the little fake voting thing that they just did, you know, the last couple months, and how the Democrats, you know what I'm saying, they explicitly were saying out of their damn mouth, we gotta rush this situation, we gotta rush this impeachment, we gotta rush this why everything is all of a sudden rushes, you know. You see what I'm saying? So not only the rushes, but now that these people are in office, all of a sudden now we got to shut up.
Exactly. And you know it's more to it than what they're telling you, man. And the thing is, you got people. They look at people as the sheep, right? They starting to wake up, man. You got people in these church houses. I just talked to a sister the other day. She's a church member. You know what I mean? She had real strong faith into the church and the whole nine. She went from that to taking, she said she do church at home now and she just meditates. She said because she found out that the church ain't what it was like it was, and it was too much mess going on, and they leaving the churches, man. That's just one case right there. But a lot of these people, man, they ain't really sold on, you know, yesterday's story. You know what I'm saying? How they was coming with, you know, whatever they were saying before, but now they start to see something totally different. We just tired, man. As a collective, as people, period, man, we tired of dealing with a rogue government. We tired of it. Yeah. See where we keep giving them our power. They keep trying to drain us. They draining us. You know what I mean? And we're the source of their energy, and we get tired of it.
Right.
That's what's happening.
Yeah. They can't survive without us, man.
Hey, you know what? Cuz you're right. What is the definition of rogue? R-O-G-E. I mean, let me rephrase it. Go ahead, cuz.
To be rogue, man, is to be.
I'm pulling out the 1828 dictionary.
You want my definition of it, or you want me to look it up for you?
I mean, no. I already. What I'm saying, Creek. I already know the definition, to you though? What do you think? ROGUE.
Something that's just not right. It's not right. It's uneven. I'm trying to remember the definition on my head. I haven't read it 1,000
No,
times.
you ain't gotta go that deep. I'm just saying ROGUE. What is rogue?
That's my definition though.
Okay, fair enough.
You said who is that? It was from so which one? What you say? What you got?
Hey, I got the 1828 dictionary. That's why I wanted to bring it out of the old book.
What does it say?
Hey, Zoe.
Zoe.
What is the definition of rogue?
Oh, it's totally different than what we was told.
Go ahead, cuz. Go ahead.
I've been through that one. That's why I said let me grab the 1828, the grandpapa book. You know what I'm saying? In the 1828 Webster Dictionary, rogue is a noun, Old Latin, from rogare, to ask, right? Number one, formerly a vagabond. Number two, a scoundrel. Number three, a fun-loving, mischievous person. Number four, an animal that wanders apart from the herd and is fierce and wild. To cheat, to live or act like a rogue.
I'm done. Right
totally
there.
Different.
Pretty much sums it up.
I'm done.
Yeah. Something that ain't right.
Yeah.
It ain't right.
Nope.
And then the MCU and Marvel Comics, it's a bitch named Rogue. She snatched all your shit.
Hey, listen, hold on. I'm gonna read the look. We thinking about her, right? It says a formerly a vagabond, right? Number one. Number two, a scoundrel. So she's a scoundrel. Which she was, because she was sleeping around with Wolverine, and she was messing with dude with the red eyes.
Cyclops. Go ahead though.
Okay. Then it says number three, a fun-loving, mischievous person. Ew. Perfect for her, right? And then it says number four, an animal that wanders apart from the herd and is fierce and wild. What did Rogue become after she got angry and left the tribe?
Oh.
She became Phoenix.
Yeah. I'm being nerdy. I'm being very nerdy. Okay. So work with me, people. But when you give people titles of that, right? That's what you is. You that nigga. You do shit like that.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna leave it alone.
That's a good point.
I mean, for real. I mean, even though it's some nerdy ass shit, why did your mama name you Rogue? You that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You'll do shit like that.
From birth, she knew you was gonna be like that.
What you said. How about that? I know this. I know what this little girl gonna do. Even though they put it in a comic book way, right? No, she didn't. That motherfucker barely touch you, suck up all your shit, and I know everything you know.
Yep.
And you'll fall apart.
Hold you. Yeah.
That's nerd shit. That's nerdy. But I can do that. I'll leave it alone. I quit. I tap out. But I know you, nigga. That you'll do shit like that. I'm just talking from a nerdy position.
Oh, that's actually why I said that was a good point, because you nowadays they call it Indian agent. And in this book, an Indian agent, let me give you the definition real quick while we at it. It's right here. It says
Which goes back to, I didn't say believe me. Look it up. Look this shit up. But go ahead,
Yep.
Cool.
It's called Indian agent. Let me read the definition of that real quick. You know, and that word tapped into some people the wrong way because, you know, guilty suspicion. Well, Indian agent, it says an official representative of the U.S. federal government to American Indian tribes, especially the ones on reservations. That's from 1807. Right? 1807. Right.
So when them people show up, the Native Americans, I'm just asking a question.
1880.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank
So
you
that's why I
very
tell
much.
people on every block, in every city, in every hood, you're going to find a rat. And he might got a couple mice with him. You know what I'm saying? Real talk.
Oh, shit. Oh, God damn. I can't say shit.
That's why I like getting on these bills with Creek, man, because Creek be formulating some shit, and then you popped out with rogue. I'm like, ooh, that word rogue is broad. it describes people.
I quit. I tap out. All I'm saying is if I'm wrong, I tap out. But no.
Peace to the guy, 111 Truth Seeker, man, in the building, man. Salute
Truth Seeker, what's happening, cuz?
Man, get up on this panel, little brother.
Yeah, I think
if you bring Truth up here, it's gonna go ham.
See,
that cat,
out, man.
we
ain't gonna be
on
on anyway. I'm about to. I just got the signal, man, to get off, man. I got the club, the baby's mama with the club, man. So I get off here, man. This thing is smoking too, man. This thing is smoking, man.
This motherfucker chaw broad.
It's hot. You hear me though? It's
This motherfucker chaw broad.
We got to get off this mug, man. You know, I'm trying to be, you know what I mean? So,
safe travels, though, cuz.
Safe
travels.
Thanks for having everybody on the panel, man. It's 100 it's fire. You know what I mean? All the different energy, man, with the chat, man, chiming in. Peace to the guy, David Murphy. I see you in there. We definitely going to keep it going. Like I said, I'm going to do one every 2 days or so or something, you know. So far, we did a Wednesday today, and we'll probably do another one on Sunday. And, you know, we're going to keep it like a series of different subjects and go from that. That way we can keep it in line on, you know, on the steps. Because that's what it's all about. People are getting on here wanting to reclassify their declaration, citizenship, change the status from a civil status to a national status, okay? So instead of being grounded to one domicile, okay, versus being national, you say your jurisdiction is unlimited, okay, and you know, we definitely gonna set that up. So like I said, y'all keep rocking with me. Eventually, you're gonna have your turn, and we gonna come to you. You know, you hit me up on the email. I threw my business number up there too. If y'all wanna, you know, get that, definitely get that, man, so you can lock that in. Call me. We can set up a time where we can talk or do a conversation if you need so. If not, we go from there. We definitely gonna see where you're at in your process. I'm just gonna work with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stay on your head until we get it right. All right? So that's what it is. If you know, that's what it is. That we're gonna tap out, man. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel, man. Salute to the guys. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the family. Until next time, man. It's peace. So I'm gonna sign out with some music right here, man.
All right, here you go.
What you got? What you got for me?
No, you good. I'm saying peace, man. Appreciate you, man. Peace and love, everybody.
Yeah, it sounds like
you
something else out there. All right, then shit, but that's what it is, man. We're gonna sign out, man. It's Creek Running Rider, man.
Let me go ahead and share my screen. I'm gonna go on out with a little music, man. And that's how we're gonna end it out like that, man.
For that, you gon' have a nigga working for that. 187, I'm murking her. Looking back at it when you're throwing it back. You call me zaddy when I'm pulling your trash. Girl, you so nasty, put a thumb in your. Girl, take your time with it. All the time you need. I'm in no hurry. It's whatever, it's however you want it. No gon' take a banana on you, oh how stunning. Stunning.
Yeah. We can ride in a Bentley, ghost ride through the city on me. We can ride in the 88 Cutlass, gon' sway with the